Pinterest, it's a good idea to match your image to the size requirements of that platform so that the image displays the way that you expect it to. That's particularly true when the image will be persistent and prominent, like your Facebook cover or your YouTube channel art. So in this tutorial, we'll share a Photoshop technique for quickly changing the size of an image so it's just right for use on a social media site, in this case as channel art on YouTube. Even if you don't need YouTube channel art, you'll still find this method useful because you can apply it whenever you need to change an image to a specific size, for any social media platform, or really for any use at all. So let's jump over to Photoshop. Here we have a photo that's a good choice for this project because it doesn't have important content at the edges that we have to worry about losing when we crop this image to resize it for social media. Let's check out the current size of this image by pressing and holding the information field in the bar at the bottom of the screen. Here you can see the dimensions of this photo in pixels, 3,500 pixels wide and 2,300 pixels high. A little online research would tell you that the best size for YouTube channel art is 2560 by 1440 pixels. So we're going to resize this photo to those specific dimensions. The perfect tool for resizing an image to a specific size is one you may not have thought of for this job. It's the crop tool. So select the crop tool in the toolbar, and in the options bar, go to the aspect ratio menu. In that menu, choose width by height by resolution. Then go to the first field and type in the width in pixels that you want for the final image. Remember we said that 2560 pixels is the best width for YouTube channel art, and 1440 is the best height. Now what's really important is that you type px for pixel after both the width and the height value here, or you won't get the result that you want. The next field is the resolution field, and it's optional for our purposes because resolution really isn't critical when you're making an image for use on screen. This boundary shows you a preview of the crop, and you can really see in this view that the final image is going to be a different aspect ratio of width to height than the original. And that's why we're using the crop tool for this technique, rather than another method like the image size command, because we're changing not only the size of the image, but also its aspect ratio. Cropping is necessary. Now let's work on positioning the subjects so the most important part, the children's heads, are in the center of the image vertically and horizontally, which seems to work best for YouTube. So I'll click inside the crop boundary and I'll drag down and over to the left a little. That leaves some white space inside the crop boundary. There are two possible ways to deal with that. You could hold down the Shift key and come over to one of the corners and drag inward until there's no white space left inside the crop boundary. And that would probably work okay for this image. But I'm going to put that back to show you another way to do it. And that is to come up to the options bar and check Content Aware. And that will cause Photoshop to automatically fill in this white area by creating content from scratch. Whichever way you do it, you'll end up with an image that's the recommended dimensions for YouTube, 2560 by 1440 pixels, because we're using that width by height by resolution option up in the aspect ratio menu. So let's click the checkbox at the top right to commit the crop and have Photoshop fill in those white areas for us. And it's done a seamless job. Now choose File Save and save the cropped image as a JPEG. And let's jump over to YouTube to upload the resized photo as YouTube channel art. In YouTube, navigate to the My Channel space from your identity icon up in the top right, and then click Customize Channel. If your view looks different than mine, then just navigate through whatever screens you see until you get to a button that allows you to edit channel art. In this screen, you can upload the photo that you just saved from Photoshop. Take a look at the previews of how your channel art will look on YouTube on different devices. If you like it, click Select, and in just a moment you'll see your new channel art at the top of your YouTube channel. The Photoshop techniques that you learned here not only work for resizing channel art for YouTube, you can use the same techniques to resize an image to the specific size requirements of any social media platform. If you have a photo that's pretty dark, like this one, Photoshop can help you to brighten it up so the hidden details shine through. In this tutorial, we'll lighten this underexposed photo, changing it from this dark version where a lot of the content is hidden, to a lighter version that reveals expressive detail in this animal's face. To do this, locate your Layers panel and go to the bottom of the Layers panel and click the black and white circle icon. That opens this menu of adjustments. There are a number of adjustments that you could use to try to brighten a photo, from the simple brightness contrast adjustment to the more technical curves adjustment. We're going to use levels because levels give you control over different tonal values without being too complicated. So choose levels in this menu, and that creates a brand new adjustment layer, a levels adjustment layer, above the layer that contains the photo. Whatever changes we make in this adjustment layer will affect the photo on the layer below without making direct changes to that photo. The adjustment layer not only will protect the photo, it also gives you flexibility to change or even delete the adjustment in the future. Making this adjustment layer also popped open the Properties panel with the levels controls that we'll use to brighten this photo. I'm just going to move my Properties panel out of the way so you have a better view of my photo. To brighten the photo, sometimes all you have to do is go into the Levels Properties panel and click the Auto button. That automatically moves the sliders under this chart. These are the three sliders I'm talking about, and this is the chart, which is called the histogram. The histogram is a representation of the tonal values in an image. So if you like the way that the Auto button made the photo look, you're done. But if you have a different vision, you can drag the sliders under the histogram yourself. Let's do that. I'm going to start with the white slider here, which controls the brightness of the lightest parts of the photo, like maybe the highlight in the subject's eye. I'm going to drag to the left to set the lightest parts of this photo to pure white. As you drag, if you want to see which parts of the photo you're affecting, you have the option to hold down the Option key on a Mac or the Alt key on Windows. That switches to this mask view in which the white areas are the parts of the photo that you're pushing to pure white, and that means there'll be no detail visible there. So you don't want to go too far with this adjustment. I suggest you stop just about here, when you see just a few small areas of white in this mask view. Just that one change made the photo definitely brighter, but what will make the biggest difference is to brighten up the midtones, the gray values in the image. And those are controlled by the next slider, the gray slider. So let's drag the gray slider toward the left. By the way, if you want to use the same values that I am, you can see those in these boxes right underneath the histogram. So we're looking at the center box now as we drag the gray slider to the left. Now, not everything in this photo has to be brighter. We might get a more natural look if we push the very darkest parts to a rich dark black. So for that, you can drag the black slider here in the other direction, to the right, or you can enter a low value in this leftmost box. Brightening the photo has made a lot of difference, but it's also brought out some things that I might want to hide, like some of the content and maybe some of the digital noise in the darker areas of the photo. To do that, I'm going to use this layer mask that comes with the adjustment layer. I'll make sure that's highlighted, and then I'll make sure that my foreground color is set to black. I'll select the brush tool, and I'll paint with black on the layer mask to hide the brightness adjustment from part of the photo. If you want to partially hide the adjustment, you can lower the opacity of the brush. And one way to do that is just to type a number on your keyboard. So I'll type 3 for 30% opacity. And now I'm painting with gray rather than black, and that's partially hiding our brightness adjustment. You can see those changes here if you look at the layer mask. The black on the layer mask is concealing the adjustment, the white on the layer mask is revealing the adjustment, and the gray is partially concealing it. To see how far we've come, I'm going to turn the adjustment layer off by clicking its eye icon. So there's the original dark photo, and here's how it looks with this brightening levels adjustment layer. Being able to see more of the craggy details in the chimpanzee's face has really changed the mood of the photo and allowed us to see a detailed, expressive portrait that tells us a lot more about this remarkable subject. Adding fun objects to an image for a social media post is a great way to build your social brand. In this tutorial, we'll add some of the objects you see here, using built-in graphics that come with Photoshop and some shapes that you can quickly create yourself. Let's get started by adding these texting bubbles to a clean copy of this image. The text bubbles are objects that come with Photoshop, and they're found in the Custom Shape library. To get there, select the Rectangle tool in the toolbar, and in the flyout menu, choose Custom Shape tool. Go up to the Options bar for the Custom Shape tool and click on the Shape Picker. Then click the gear icon on the Shape Picker, and from here, go down to the category of Custom Shapes labeled Talk Bubbles, and then click OK. And here you can choose from a variety of talk bubbles. I'm going to select this one, and then move into the image and drag out a text bubble. Let's change the color of that by going up to the Options bar and clicking the Fill field and clicking on a different color swatch. Notice over in the Layers panel that Photoshop automatically made a new shape layer for us. We can do the same things to this layer we could do to a regular pixel layer. For example, I could get the Move tool and click and drag to move the contents of the layer, or I could flip the layer so this little piece is on the other side horizontally by going to the Edit menu and Transform and Flip Horizontal. I can even duplicate the layer by going to the layer in the Layers panel, right-clicking and choosing Duplicate Layer. And with the new shape layer selected, I'll move the second shape layer into place. And let's give this one a different color by going back to the Custom Shape tool and then up to the Fill field in the Options bar and choosing a different color. All of the objects that you make with the shape tools are vector objects, and that means that they have smooth edges and you can change their size or otherwise transform them as much as you like without harming the object. So let's say that I want to make this green bubble smaller. I'll press the shortcut Command-T or Control-T on Windows, and then I'll hold down the Shift key so I don't distort the object, and I'm going to drag to make this smaller. Or I can just drag any of the edges like this. And then I can move that box right where I want it. And then to commit those changes, I'll move away from the object and I'll click. All that's left to do is to add some text. So I'm going to select the Type tool and I'll type a line of text. When I move my cursor away from the text, it becomes a Move tool, and I can click and drag to move the text wherever I want. I'll move a little bit further away from the text, and I'll click to commit the text. Let's add a little more text. And we're done with the talk bubbles. Now let's add a different kind of object, and that is an object that you draw yourself with one of the geometric shape tools. So for that, I'm going to go down to the Custom Shape tool again in the toolbar, and this time I'll select the Rectangle tool. Moving to the image, and I'm going to draw a frame around part of the image. That opens the Properties panel with some of the same options that you'll find up in the Options bar for this tool. So in either place, I can change the fill, which I'm going to set to no fill, and I can add a stroke around the shape, give it a color, and increase the size of the stroke. If I want to change the shape of this frame, again I'll press Command-T on the Mac or Control-T on Windows, and then I'll click and drag on any of the anchor points. And I'll press Enter or Return on the keyboard to commit that change. And over in the Layers panel, we have a brand new layer, the Rectangle Shape layer, for that frame. When I click off of that layer, the blue path goes away. So that's how you can add objects to an image that you can now upload to your social media platforms so that you've got a unique statement for your social media brand. When you're photographing in a city, it's hard to avoid getting unwanted details like these wires in your photos. In this tutorial, we'll use some of Photoshop's amazing retouching tools to remove these wires from this scene. To start, let's make a new layer for our touch-ups. Go to the bottom of the Layers panel and click the Create New Layer button. And let's name this layer Cleanup. A good place to start when you're removing wires is with the Spot Healing Brush tool. I'll select that tool here in the toolbar, and then go up to the Options bar and check Sample All Layers, so that the tool samples content from the photo on the background layer and uses it to lay down a patch on the cleanup layer. Come into the image, and you want to make your brush tip just a little bit bigger than the wire that you want to remove. A shortcut for doing that is to use the bracket keys on your keyboard, which are right next to the P key. If I want to make the brush tip smaller, I'll press the left bracket key several times. If I want to make it bigger, I'll press the right bracket key. Then click and drag over the wire, and it disappears. When the wire is straight like this, you can sometimes remove the whole thing at once by clicking at the top of the wire and then holding down the Shift key and coming down to the bottom of the wire and clicking there. With the brush tip a little bigger, pressing the right bracket key, I'm going to click and drag over this tangle of wires at the bottom left, and they disappear. If the Spot Healing Brush tool doesn't give you the result that you want, you can try its neighbor, the Healing Brush tool. To access that tool, press on the Spot Healing Brush tool in the toolbar and choose the Healing Brush tool. And then in the image, hold down the Option key, that's the Alt key on Windows, as you click near the wire that you want to remove. That changes the cursor to a target. Then click to start sampling from under your cursor, and then click on the wire and drag. And that white crosshair shows you the source from which the good pixels are being sampled. Now, if you want to see why the wire has disappeared, let's go over to the Layers panel and turn off the background layer. And there you'll see the patch that we've made that's hiding the wire on the layer below. So if you don't like some of this patch, you can always erase it, or you could delete the entire cleanup layer and start again. Part of this wire is crossing over a pretty intricate pattern in the front of the building. The good news is that the Spot Healing Brush tool can often help there too. Let's give it a try. I'll go back and select the Spot Healing Brush tool in the toolbar. I'll click on one side of the wire, and then I'll hold the Shift key, and I'll click on the other side. And the Spot Healing Brush tool did a pretty good job of removing the wire even on the front of the building. Now, it's not perfect. There are some areas to fill in. For that, we can use the Clone Stamp tool. The Clone Stamp tool works much the same way as the Healing Brush tool. It samples pixels and then it lays them down, but it doesn't try to blend them into the surrounding image like the Healing Brush tool does. I'll select the Clone Stamp tool here in the toolbar. In the Options bar, I'll set the sample field to Current and Below. Then I'll move into a part of the image that needs fixing, maybe right down here. I'm going to have to make my brush tip pretty small for this. I'll hold down the Option key, that's the Alt key on Windows, and the cursor changes to a target, just like it did for the Healing Brush tool. I'll click to sample some pixels, and then I'll take my finger off of the Option or Alt key, and I'll move in and I'll start to paint with these pixels. Now this can take some time to really get right, so if you're following along, you're welcome to come back later and work on the front of the building a little more. To see how far we've come, I'm going to double-click the Hand tool to fit the entire image on screen again, and then I'll go over to the Layers panel, and I'm going to turn the cleanup layer off by clicking its eye icon. So there's the original image, and here it is after just a little cleanup with Photoshop's retouching tools. If the colors in a photograph don't look quite right to you, it could be something as simple as a lack of color saturation that can make a photo look a little dull or washed out. In that case, try adding an extra pop of color saturation in just the right places, as we'll do in this tutorial. To take this photo from this to this. When you want to intensify colors in a photo that features a person like this, it's a good idea to try a vibrance adjustment first, because a vibrance adjustment protects colors found in skin tones from getting too saturated. To add a vibrance adjustment, go to the bottom of the Layers panel and click this black and white circle icon and choose Vibrance. That adds a vibrance adjustment layer above the selected layer, and whatever adjustment you make on this vibrance layer will affect all the layers below. That also popped out the Properties panel. In the Properties panel, if you increase saturation, notice how quickly the model's face gets oversaturated. So I'm going to put that back to 0, and let's try moving the Vibrance slider to the right instead. I can drag Vibrance way over, increasing the intensity of the blue in the scarf and some of the other accent colors without overdoing the saturation in the model's face. If you like that result, then you're done. But what if you want to target certain colors in the photo to make just those colors more saturated? For that, you'll add a different kind of adjustment layer, a hue saturation adjustment layer. So I'm going to go over to the Layers panel and click the eye icon on the Vibrance layer to turn that layer off for the time being, and then go down to the bottom of the Layers panel, click the black and white circle icon, and choose a hue saturation adjustment. That creates a new adjustment layer in the Layers panel, and it opens the hue saturation controls in the Properties panel. There's a saturation slider here, and dragging that to the right is going to make the skin tones oversaturated. So let's do this another way. I'm going to select this tool called the Targeted Adjustment tool, and I'll move into the image and I'm going to click on the green veil. And notice that that changed this menu to greens. What this means is that when I drag the saturation slider to the right, only the greens in the photo will get the additional saturation. The changes we just made affect the greens wherever they appear in the photo. But what if you wanted to get even more precise about where you're saturating colors? In that case, you can make use of the layer mask that comes with every adjustment layer. To practice that, let's go down to the bottom of the Layers panel again, click that black and white icon, and choose Hue Saturation. And here, there's a new Hue Saturation layer. With that new Hue Saturation layer selected, I'll go to the Properties panel, and this time I'm going to choose to saturate the yellows. And I'll drag the saturation slider over to the right. I like the way that looks on the bracelets and on the scarf, but not so much on the model's skin. So let's hide the adjustment from the entire photo and then paint it in just where we want it. I'll make sure that I have black as the foreground color down here at the bottom of the toolbar, and then to fill that layer mask with the foreground color, I'll press Option plus Delete on the Mac or Alt plus Backspace on Windows. Now there is no yellow adjustment showing anywhere on the photo. Let's switch the foreground color to white by clicking this double-pointed arrow or just pressing X on the keyboard. Select the brush tool and move into the image and paint with white wherever you want to bring back that yellow saturation. Here and here, maybe here. I'm going to go ahead and do that in a few different places, and then, by the magic of movies, I'll skip ahead to show you my final. Adding just those little pops of saturation to specific colors has taken this photo to here from back here where we started, giving it a few pops of color that really bring it to life.
This video series is a first look at creating a design in Photoshop, using layers, combining images, and adding text and graphics. By the end of this series, you'll know how to create a basic composite for use in your own print and online projects. In this video, we'll focus on working with layers. When Photoshop first launches, you'll see the Start screen. This is where you can open existing images or create a new document. We'll start this design with an existing image. click the Open button on the Start screen, or you can choose File Open. Then navigate to an image on your computer. I'll choose landscape.jpg and click to open it. I'd like to add a design so that we can create a composition. We'll put the sun artwork on its own layer so we can move and edit it separately from the photo. The Layers panel in Photoshop will be an integral part of your workflow. It's the place we go to manage the layers in a composition. In the Layers panel, there's now just one layer called Background. To make a new layer for the sun, click the Create a New Layer button at the bottom of the panel. A new layer is added above the background layer. It's best practice to name your layers so you can keep track of them. Double-click the new layer name and name it Sun. Press Enter or Return to accept it. Now that we have a new layer and it's selected, you can tell because it's highlighted, we'll create a sun in this layer by filling a selected area with color. Come over to the Tools panel on the left, click and hold down on the rectangular marquee tool. To make a circular selection for the sun, select the elliptical marquee tool. Out in the design, press the Shift key and click and drag to create a circle. Once you get the circle to be roughly about this big, release the mouse button and then the Shift key. The Shift key constrains the proportions so the selection stays a circle. Now we'll fill this area of the sun layer. Choose Edit, Fill. Choose Color from the Contents menu and we'll pick a color using the color picker that opens. Drag this slider up a bit so we get into the orangish area. That looks pretty good. Come right about here and click to sample a color. Click OK, and then click OK again. You're done using the selection, so choose Select, Deselect. Select the Move tool in the Tools panel and drag in the image to reposition the sun. Magenta Smart Guides that you can use to center the sun. Because it's on a separate layer, you can move and edit it separately from the rest of the image content, and you can apply special layer properties. For example, with the sun layer selected in the Layers panel, choose Multiply from the Blend Mode menu to blend the color of the sun into the colors on the layer beneath it. Change the opacity to 80% so that the sun layer is more transparent. Let's add another image to our design. Choose File, Open, and navigate to a photo that has an interesting sky. Click Open. So we can see both images next to each other, choose Window, Arrange, Tile All vertically. We're going to drag the sky image into the other image. With the Move tool still selected, press and hold down the Shift key as you drag the sky image onto the landscape image. Release your mouse button and then the Shift key, which aligns the images together. You no longer need the sky photograph open, so close it by clicking the X on the tab. Look in the Layers panel and you can see that the sky layer named Layer 1 is on a new layer above the last layer selected, the sun layer. Double-click the new layer name and name it Sky, then press Enter or Return. Right now, the sky is hiding the sun and the background image. In the Layers panel, drag the selected sky layer below the sun layer. When you see a line appear, release the mouse button. The sun now appears above the sky image. I also want the sky image to be behind the background image. The background layer is a special locked layer that we need to first unlock. To do this, double-click the layer named Background and rename it Landscape. Click OK. Drag the sky layer under the landscape layer, and when you see a line appear, release the mouse button. The landscape image is now on top of the sky image in our design, following the layer stacking order. Let's save the design to this point by choosing File, Save As. Enter Design as the file name. Choose Photoshop as the format or type, leave layers checked, and click Save. Click OK in the next dialog. We'll explore saving in more detail in the last video in this series. In the meantime, it's a good idea to save your work often as we continue to work on this design. In this video, we'll explore layer masking, an essential part of designing in Photoshop when you want to combine images. I'll start out by clicking the eye icon on the sun layer just so we have a better view of the image below. I think this sky in the landscape layer is actually pretty dull, so I'd like to replace it with another sky. We have the sky layer right here that we can use, which is completely hidden by the landscape layer above it. I'll hide the landscape layer just for a second so you can see the dramatic sky and the clouds on the sky layer. I'll turn it back on. We'll use a layer mask to hide just the top part of the landscape layer so we can see through that to the sky in the layer below. We'll start by selecting the part of the landscape layer we don't want to hide, the foreground. Make sure the landscape layer is selected in the Layers panel. Select the Quick Selection tool in the Tools panel. Come to the ground part of the image, click and drag across to select everything down here. If you don't get the whole foreground selected with one stroke, you can click and drag another area to add to the selection. If you select too much, hold down the Option or Alt key as you click and drag to remove that area from the selection. Know that whatever isn't selected will be hidden by the mask we're about to create. With the landscape layer selected, come to the Layers panel, click the Add Layer Mask button to create a mask on the landscape layer. On the mask, the area we'd selected is white and the area we didn't select is black. The black part of the mask is hiding the top of the landscape image so we can see through that area to the clouds on the sky layer below. And the white part of the mask is showing the bottom of the landscape image. There's a little rhyme that might help you remember how this works. On a layer mask, black conceals and white reveals. Now let's reposition the sky layer. Select the sky layer in the Layers panel. Select the Move tool. Click in the sky and drag up until you're happy with the part of the sky you see through the black part of the landscape layer mask. Another way to make a layer mask is to create a mask first and then paint directly on it. Let's try that on the sun layer. In the Layers panel, click the visibility column for the sun layer to show it again. Then select the sun layer. Click the Create Layer Mask button at the bottom of the Layers panel to add a layer mask to the sun layer. Notice that the layer mask thumbnail is completely white, so it's not hiding anything in the image. That's because when I created this layer mask, there was no selection active. Now we'll paint on this layer mask with the Brush tool, which you can select here in the Tools panel. The brush is pretty small by default, so I'll make it bigger by opening the brush picker up here in the Options bar and dragging the size slider to the right. Press Enter or Return to close the brush picker. Take a look at the foreground color box at the bottom of the Tools panel and make sure it's set to black. If your foreground color isn't black, click the default foreground and background color button here and then click the double arrow here to switch the color boxes. By the way, when you're working on a layer mask, the only colors available in those boxes will be black, white, or shades of gray. Out in the image, paint over part of the sun. You're actually painting with black on the layer mask, which hides this part of the sun. The brush you're painting with is pretty soft, which means the black paint fades to gray at the edges. Where there's gray paint on the mask, the sun is only partially hidden. Now, say you change your mind and want to show the entire sun again. To do that, switch to white paint by clicking the double arrow above the color boxes again, then paint with white in the same area of the mask to reveal the sun. Another way to hide part of a layer with a layer mask is to add a black-white gradient to the mask. This is a good way to blend one image into the other. Let's add a gradient to the sun layer mask so the sun appears to fade away at the bottom. Make sure the mask thumbnail on the sun layer is selected. To fade the sun away, you paint the mask with a gradient, basically a blend from white to black. Select the Gradient tool in the Tools panel. In the Options bar, make sure a white to black gradient is showing. Shift drag from roughly here in the sun to about the middle of it. Release the mouse button and then the Shift key. If you don't like the fade you get, you can try dragging from a different starting point or in a different direction to redraw the gradient until you're satisfied with the look. Take a look at the mask in the Layers panel and you'll see a white to black gradient. I'll click this layer mask thumbnail while holding down the Option or Alt key. Now you can really see how the mask fades from white, which reveals, through shades of gray, which partially reveal, to black, which conceals. I'll Option or Alt click the layer mask icon again to return to normal view. When you're making a composite design like this, use layer masks as a way to hide part of an image without actually deleting any of the image. This is a great way to work so you can go back in and change your mind about your edits. In this video, we'll explore adding text to our design and changing the formatting using Typekit fonts and other type properties. You'll also see how to add layer style effects to your design content. Let's get started by adding some text. Make sure the sun layer is selected in the Layers panel, and then select the Horizontal Type tool in the Tools panel. In the Options bar, click the Font Size menu and choose 72 point. Click in the design and type "the" in capital letters. Click the check mark in the options bar to commit the text. Notice that a new layer was created in the Layers panel, automatically named "the." Type layers are similar to other layers, although they are vector-based, which means they can be scaled and edited without losing quality. Now we'll change the appearance of the text. With both the type layer and the horizontal type tool still selected, go up to the options bar where you can make some changes. Click the color field to open the color picker. I'll click on white and click OK. Click the arrow to the right of the font family field. Hover over any of the fonts in the menu that appears to preview how those fonts will look on your text. You could choose a font from your computer, or as a Creative Cloud subscriber, you have access to the Typekit library of fonts. You can select fonts from the Typekit library by clicking the Add Fonts from Typekit button here. After clicking the button, the typekit.com website should open in your default browser, and you should be signed in with your Adobe ID. Make sure that the sync option is selected, that way the font will be synced to your machine. Come to the search field and type FACT. We'll use the font Factoria in this project. Click on the name Factoria. Click Use Fonts over here. Click Show All Fonts to see the entire listing. Select Light to add it to the font styles chosen by default. Scroll down if you need and click Sync Selected Fonts. And then click Launch the Creative Cloud application, where you can check to make sure that the font has synced with your computer. Go back over to Photoshop and make sure the type layer and the horizontal type tool are still selected. You can pick the Factoria font by starting to type the name here. When you see Factoria Light in the list, click to apply it. If you don't have access to Typekit, you can select another font. Change the font size to 32 by typing it in here and pressing Enter or Return. To move the text where we want it in our design, select the Move tool, come out to the text, drag it, and the magenta Smart Guides will help you align it to center. Now we'll add some more text. Select the horizontal type tool in the Tools panel. Click in your design, away from the word "the," to add some more text. Type Great American West. Click the check mark in the options bar to commit the text. Change the font to Factoria Bold. You can start typing the name up here, and then choose it or whatever font you have. Change the font size to 62 by typing it in and pressing Enter or Return. Make sure that the color is still white. Select the Move tool and drag the text into the center of the design using Smart Guides. To add some pop to our text, we're going to add some layer styles to it. Layer styles are a great way to add effects like drop shadows, strokes, bevels, and much more to layer content that's surrounded by transparency. With the Great American West type layer selected, click the Add a Layer Style button at the bottom of the Layers panel and choose Drop Shadow. In the Layer Style dialog box that opens, you can adjust the shadow as much as you need, editing properties like transparency, distance, and much more. Change the settings to match what you see here. Look on the left side of the Layer Styles dialog box and you'll see more effects we could apply. Select the Stroke option to apply it to the text. Then click the word Stroke to edit the settings. Once again, change a few of the options to match what you see here, and then click OK. You should now see the effects on the text, as well as listed in the Layers panel. You can always edit them later on by double-clicking an effect to reopen the Layer Style dialog box. There are so many different types of effects we could use to get our design just the way we want it. Filter effects like creative blurs, 3D elements, image warps, and more. All of these allow you to take your design further the more proficient you become in Photoshop. In this video, you'll learn what vector artwork is, create a custom shape in Photoshop, and add a vector logo made in Illustrator to your Photoshop design. Vector graphics are made up of lines and curves. You can freely move or scale vector graphics without losing detail or clarity. That's why vector is a great choice for a logo or graphic. Let's start by creating a vector shape in Photoshop. Click and hold down on the rectangle tool in the Tools panel. Select the Custom Shape tool from the menu. In the Options bar, click the arrow on the Shape option to view the shape picker so we can see default shapes. There's nothing I want to use here, so I'll click the gear icon on the right of the shape picker and choose the Shapes category. Then I'll click OK. Select the 5-point star shape and click in the options bar to close the shape picker. To add the shape to your design, click in the image and shift-drag to constrain proportions as you create the shape. Release the mouse button and then the shift key. In the Layers panel, there's now a shape layer. To change the color of your star shape, double-click the thumbnail on the shape layer and choose a color in the color picker. As you click on different colors, the star shape changes color on the fly. I'll pick white and click OK to close the color picker. Because this is a vector shape, you can edit it without degrading its quality. Click and hold down on the Path Selection tool in the Tools panel. Select the Direct Selection tool. Click inside the star, then drag any of the points that appear to change its shape. Click off the star when you're done. To change the size of the shape, choose Edit, Free Transform. Shift-drag a corner inward to make the star smaller, then click the check mark in the options bar to commit that change. Select the Move tool and drag the star shape into position on the left side of the text. Magenta Smart Guides may appear to help you align the star with the text. Duplicate the star shape by right-clicking the shape layer in the Layers panel and choosing Duplicate Layer. Click OK. Then drag the copy of the star into position on the right side of the text. Next, we'll add a vector graphic, a logo, that was made in another application, Adobe Illustrator. Choose File, Place Linked. Select the logo with the .ai suffix that was created in Illustrator and click Place. In the next dialog box, leave the settings at default and click OK. With the logo in the image, you can transform it to fit the design. Shift-drag the corner of the bounding box around the logo to make it smaller. When the logo is the size you want it to be, release the mouse button and then the Shift key. To commit to placing the logo, click the check mark in the options bar, or you can press Enter or Return on the keyboard and drag the logo into position in the center of the design. Notice that the new logo also has its own layer, and that's right above the last selected layer. This is a Smart Object layer, which means that I can scale, rotate, and otherwise transform the logo on this layer without degrading its quality. If I were to double-click the thumbnail on this layer, the logo would open in Illustrator for editing. Edits made in Illustrator would affect this linked copy of the logo here in my Photoshop design. In order to make it easier to organize our layer content in the Layers panel and work with multiple layers, you can group content. We'll group all of the text, the stars, and the sun together. Click the Great American West type layer to select it. Press the Command or Control key and click the type layer, the two star-shaped layers, and the sun layer to select them all. Click the Create a New Group button at the bottom of the panel to make a group and automatically add those layers to the new group. Click the arrow to the left of the group name to see the 5 layers again. With the layer group selected in the Layers panel and the Move tool selected in the Tools panel, drag all grouped artwork into final position in the design. As I said earlier, vector graphics are great because you can freely move or scale them without losing detail or clarity, and there are so many ways to create vector content within Photoshop, even bringing in vector artwork from other programs like Adobe Illustrator. There are a variety of ways to share a design you build in Photoshop in print, on-screen, and online. In this video, we'll talk about saving and exporting a design in common formats for different uses. First, you'll save the master copy of your design in native Photoshop format or .psd. When creating a layered composition like you did, it's really important to preserve the master, full-size version of the design so that you can always access and re-edit any of the layers, adjustments, and effects you added in Photoshop. Choose File, Save As. In the Save As dialog box, change the name to Design Complete. Choose Photoshop from the formatter type, make sure Layers is checked to preserve them, and click Save to save it to your hard drive. Click OK to maximize compatibility so that even an application that can't read layers like Lightroom will be able to open this file. Now you have a full-size master version of the file for future editing. With this master file, you can output copies of your design in other formats and other sizes for use in particular projects. If you want to hand your file off for review or printing by someone who doesn't have Photoshop, you can save a copy in PDF format. To do that, choose File, Save As. Leave Layers checked, choose Photoshop PDF, and click Save. Click OK at the warning. In the Save Adobe PDF dialog box, leave the settings at their default unless you're sending the file to a print provider who specifies otherwise, and click Save PDF. Then click Yes. This PDF copy of the file can be opened using a PDF reader like the free Adobe Reader. If the file is open in Photoshop, its layers will still be available. Now let's talk about outputting a design for use online. You can use Photoshop's export features to output an entire design or individual layers in formats that are best for online use. To save the entire design, you can choose File, Export, Export As. You can see the design preview in the middle, and you can choose an image format here. We can choose JPEG for photo-based designs, GIF or PNG for graphic-intensive designs, or even SVG for scalable vector graphics. Exporting in these formats will flatten the design, meaning we can no longer access the layers in the image file. This design has lots of photography content, so I'll export it in JPEG format. I'll choose from the options on the right, reducing the quality and dimensions to reduce file size if I need to. There are also options for including copyright and contact information, and for converting the exported image to the sRGB color space for online use. Then I'll click Export All to save a copy of the entire design as a flattened JPEG. You can also export assets on individual layers like the logo. Just select the layer in the Layers panel, right-click, and choose Export As. The Export As dialog box opens again. I'll choose SVG as the format this time. Click Export All and save just this logo to your hard drive. When you're ready to close this file, you can choose File, Close. As you dive further into Photoshop, you'll learn that there are other, more advanced design-related features and techniques that can make your design vision a reality, such as artboards for designing for mobile and web, Creative Cloud libraries, integration of Adobe Stock, layer comps, a special design preview workspace, and much more. You'll find lots of information about these and other Photoshop design features like these in the many Adobe Learn tutorials for Photoshop at adobe.com. In this tutorial, you'll create an image in Adobe Photoshop for use on different social media platforms. You'll be introduced to Photoshop basics like working with photos, filters, adding text, and exporting. You can apply these skills to making images for different social media platforms, websites, and much more. To start your project, you can use the sample image available from the tutorial page or a photo of your own. Choose File, Open, and navigate to the image. Select it and click Open. By the way, a great place to find images for use in your own projects is Adobe Stock. Over here in the Libraries panel, you can search millions of images in Adobe Stock to download directly in Photoshop immediately. To make the most of Adobe Stock from within the desktop products, learn more in other Adobe Learn tutorials at adobe.com. We're going to be adding some text on top of this image. Now, a colorful, contrasty photo can actually compete with the text, so we'll first blur the photo using a Photoshop filter. Choose Filter, Convert for Smart Filters. In Photoshop, you need to use smart filters so you can edit the filter. Otherwise, you won't be able to change the filter later. Click OK. Now we'll apply the filter. Choose Filter, Blur, Gaussian Blur. In the dialog box that appears, change the radius value to blur the image to your liking, and then click OK. In the Layers panel, you can double-click the Gaussian blur you see here to edit those settings later on. Let's do one more thing to make the text we're going to create more readable. We'll create a translucent circle on top of the photograph to offset the text. We'll make a new layer for the circle so we have the editing flexibility we need to make the circle translucent. Choose Layer, New, Layer. In the New Layer dialog, name the layer Circle and click OK. Now we'll create a circle on this empty layer by filling a selection with color. Click and hold down the rectangular marquee tool and select the elliptical marquee tool. Hold the Shift key down as you click and drag in the design to make a circular selection. Release the mouse button and then the key. The Shift key makes the selection a perfect circle. In the Swatches panel, select a light color. choose Edit, Fill, and choose Foreground Color. The foreground color is used most of the time when you use type tools, painting tools, or the shape tools. Click OK. Select the Move tool, and with the new layer still selected, drag the circle to position it in the image. Choose Select, Deselect. To add an artistic effect to the circle, we'll adjust the circle layer so it's partially transparent using an opacity slider. Click the arrow to the right of opacity in the Layers panel. This slider lets you make the circle as transparent as you need. Drag the slider until the circle looks good to you. Now we'll add some text to our design. Select the horizontal type tool. Go to the tool options bar up here and select this size. Type in a new value and press Enter Return so you can be sure to see the text initially. Click somewhere in your design, type Farmers, press Enter Return, and type Market. Select the text by dragging over it. Choose a font from the menu here, picking any font you have. If you're a Creative Cloud subscriber, you have access to Typekit. Typekit is a service offering access to a vast library of fonts for use in desktop applications and on websites. Align the text to center by clicking the Center Text button here. To change the color of the selected text so it's more visible on the light circle, click a dark color swatch in the Swatches panel. Now we'll move the text into place. Select the Move tool and drag the text into the center of the design here. A temporary magenta guide might appear telling you it's aligned to center. Now let's save our project. Choose File, Save As. Make sure to save it in the Photoshop format with layers checked so you'll have a layered file you can reopen for later editing. Then click Save. Click OK. Once done, we can easily export the image so you can upload it to your blog, Facebook, website, or wherever you need it. Choose File, Export, Quick Export as Ping. Choose a location, and click Save. We now have our image ready to go to put up on our social media sites, websites, or wherever you need. In this tutorial, you'll create a web banner in Adobe Photoshop to learn some Photoshop essentials like working with shapes, layer styles, and exporting your work. You can use the provided template and the skills you learn to create a banner for your blog or YouTube channel, an email header, a banner ad, and a whole lot more. To start this project, you'll open a supplied template file. Choose File, Open, and navigate to the file. Select it, and click Open. This dialog talks about a great feature for importing assets into the Creative Cloud Libraries panel in Photoshop. You can learn more about Creative Cloud Libraries by clicking on the link here. Importing assets isn't necessary for this tutorial, so you can click Cancel. Now we'll add an egg we make out of a series of shapes, starting with a circle. To create shapes, we use the Shape tools found in the Tools panel here. Click and hold down on the Rectangle tool and select the Ellipse tool. Shape tools let you create all sorts of vector shapes that are perfect for creating artwork like our egg because vector shapes are scalable and easily editable. In the design, press and hold the Shift key as you drag to create a circle. The Shift key makes the shape a perfect circle in this case. When it's the size you want, release the mouse button and then the key. In the Layers panel, you'll see a new shape layer containing the circle shape you drew. Now you'll name the layer so you can more easily keep track of the layers later. Double-click the layer name, change it to Egg White, and press Enter or Return. Next, you'll change the color of the shape so it looks more like an egg. Looking in the Properties panel that opened after you created the shape, click this color box and select a color fill to fill the circle with. Then click the Properties panel tab to close it. Select Line Area. A magenta smart guide may show when it's aligned to center. Next, you'll add a creative design effect to the circle using a layer style so it looks more like an egg. Layer styles let you enhance objects with creative effects like shadows, strokes, glows, and much more. To apply a layer style, first make sure the layer is selected. Then choose Layer, Layer Style, Inner Shadow. In the dialog box that appears, you can change all kinds of settings to get the effect you want. Even try other popular effects like an outer glow or a drop shadow. Once you like what you see, click OK. The inner shadow effect now appears on the image here. It also appears under our shape layer in the Layers panel, making it easy to turn on and off, edit, or even remove. Now we'll make the egg yolk. We need another circle, and since we already have this circle with the effect we want, we can simply duplicate it and make some changes. Make sure the shape layer is selected in the Layers panel. Choose Layer, Duplicate Layer. Name the layer Yolk, and click OK. Open the Properties panel by clicking here. Click this color box and select a yellow color to fill the circle with. Then click the Properties panel tab to close it. Our egg yolk needs to be smaller, so we need to resize it. In Photoshop, you can use Transform to resize the contents of a selected layer without affecting the rest of the image. With the yolk layer selected and the Move tool still selected, choose Edit, Free Transform. Pressing the Shift key to keep the shape a perfect circle, drag a corner to resize it, making it smaller. Release the mouse button and then the Shift key. Click and hold down inside the Transform box, being careful not to click on this icon in the middle of the box, and drag the circle to position it here. Click the check mark in the Options bar to stop editing. Now let's save the banner. Choose File, Save As. Make sure to save it in the Photoshop format with Layers checked so you'll have a layered file you can reopen for later editing. Then click Save. Saving with Maximize Compatibility checked helps ensure that the file will be compatible with older versions of Adobe Photoshop and other programs. If you aren't exactly sure how you might use your file, it's a good idea to leave the Maximize Compatibility box checked. Click OK. You can also export another copy in an image format you can post on a website, like JPEG, PNG, or even SVG. Choose File, Export, Export As. In the Export As dialog box, you can choose the file type, JPEG in this case, click Export All, and choose where to export the file, then click Export. You'll find more information about exporting artwork from Photoshop in other Photoshop tutorials at adobe.com. Using the provided template and the skills you just learned, you can now create your own banner for your blog, an email header, channel art for YouTube, a banner ad, and so much more. As you learn and explore in Photoshop, remember to have some fun with it. In this tutorial, you'll create different versions of a simple poster in Adobe Photoshop. You'll learn some basics like working with artboards and placing images. You can apply these skills to making other posters or other kinds of projects in Photoshop. To start your project, you can use the sample images available for download on the tutorial page or photos of your own. You can also use Adobe mobile apps like Lightroom for mobile to capture and edit photos on your smartphone or tablet and bring them into Photoshop. Just be sure to use full resolution photos so they print well at poster size. If you're having your posters printed by a third-party service, consult them about poster dimensions and resolution. To open an image for your poster, choose File, Open, and navigate to an image. Select it, and click Open. In order to create several versions of the poster, we'll use artboards. Artboards let you create multiple layouts with different content or in different sizes in a single document, and you can see them all at once. We'll start by creating an artboard for this image. Select the background image layer in the Layers panel and choose Layer, New, Artboard from Layers. Name the artboard Leaf and click OK. A new artboard is created that's the size of the image. Now we'll add some text to the poster design. Select the horizontal type tool. Go to the tool options bar up here and select the size. Type in a larger value and press Enter or Return. Click anywhere in your design and in capital letters, enter a few lines of text pressing Enter or Return between each line. Select that text by clicking and dragging over it. Then click the Center Text button up here to center it. Choose a font from the menu here, picking any font you have. I chose a Typekit font that comes with my Creative Cloud subscription. Typekit is a service offering access to a vast library of fonts for use in your designs for print and web. Let's change the color of the text so it's a bit more readable. Select a light color in the Swatches panel to apply it, then click the check mark in the Options bar to commit your text edits. To move the text into place in the design, click and hold down on the Artboard tool and select the Move tool. Drag the text into the center of the design here. That looks good, but we want another version of the poster design. We'll just copy this artboard and make a few changes to the copy. Click the word Leaf above the artboard to select the Leaf artboard. Choose Layer, Duplicate artboard. Name the new artboard River and click OK. Choose View, Fit on Screen just to make sure you can see both artboards. First, we'll replace the image on the new River artboard. Select the layer 0 on the River artboard and choose Layer, Delete, Layer. Click Yes to delete the image. Then choose File, Place Embedded. Select another image like this Yosemite River photo and click Place to place a copy of the image in the file at a size that fits inside the artboard. Then, click the checkmark in the options bar. The new image is covering the text on the River artboard. To fix that, drag the Yosemite River image layer below the text layer in the Layers panel. When a line appears, release the mouse button. You should now see the text on top of the image. Now let's change the color of the text to make it more readable. In Photoshop, you can sample color from an image to use. Select the eyedropper tool. Click in this area of the leaf image over in the leaf artboard to sample a color. Now we'll save the color in the Libraries panel so it's easy to access in the future. Click the Libraries tab or choose Window, Libraries to open the Libraries panel. Creative Cloud Libraries let you capture and organize assets like colors, styles for text, images, and more that you can access in other projects in Photoshop and across other desktop and mobile apps. Click the Add Foreground Color button at the bottom of the Libraries panel to save the color you sampled with the eyedropper tool into a library. Select the Type layer in the Layers panel and click the color in the Libraries panel to apply it to that text. No matter what document is open in Photoshop, that library will always be accessible to you when you're logged in with your Adobe ID. To learn more about working with libraries, including sharing them, make sure to check out the Creative Cloud Libraries tutorials on adobe.com. In Photoshop, you can save or export or both. Saving saves all the artboards intact in one file along with the layers. Exporting allows you to save each individual artboard separately in a flattened format, so you'll have a copy of each poster in a separate file for printing or sharing. Let's first save our project by choosing File, Save. Choose a destination and click Save. Click OK. Now we'll export the individual posters. Choose File, Export, Export As. In the Export As dialog box, you can choose the file type. Click Export All to save each individual artboard as a separate file. Choose where to export the files, then click Export. We now have two different versions of our poster ready to go. You can use the skills you just learned to create your next project in Photoshop. Have some fun and see what you create. In this tutorial, you'll create a flyer for an event using Adobe Photoshop. If you're following along, download the flyer template from the tutorial page. You can use that template and the skills you learn here to make flyers for all kinds of events like fundraisers, parties, and more. In Photoshop, choose File, Open, and navigate to the supplied template file. Select it and click Open. As you work on a project in Photoshop, it's a good idea to use layers, putting each object on its own layer so you can work on that object separately. This document starts with one layer that's called the background layer. To make a new layer, choose Layer, New, Layer. Name this layer Salmon, since you'll be making a graphic on this layer that looks like a piece of salmon sushi. In Photoshop, it's a really good idea to name your layers to stay organized. Click OK, and a new layer is added to the Layers panel. To start the sushi graphic, select the rectangular marquee tool and drag in the image to make a selection. The area inside these dotted lines is called a selection, and a selection lets you isolate an area to work on. Now you'll fill that selection with an orange color. Make sure the salmon layer is highlighted in the Layers panel because you want the orange color to be on that layer. In Photoshop, it's always a good idea to make sure you're working on the correct layer. In the Swatches panel, select an orange color swatch. That orange color appears in the color box over here at the bottom of the Tools panel. This is called the foreground color. Choose Edit, Fill. Select Foreground Color from the Contents menu and click OK. Now choose Select, Deselect to remove the selection. It's always a good idea to deselect when you're done with a selection in Photoshop. Now you'll make another layer for seaweed using the same method. Choose Layer, New, Layer.
Name the new layer Seaweed and click OK. With the rectangular marquee tool still selected, make a selection that looks like this. Select black in the swatches panel over here. With the seaweed layer still selected in the layers panel, choose Edit, Fill. Make sure foreground color is chosen and click OK. Then choose Select, Deselect. Because the seaweed's on its own layer, you can move it independently. Make sure the seaweed layer is highlighted in the layers panel. Select the Move tool and drag in the image to position the seaweed rectangle in the center. Magenta Smart Guides may appear to help you align the center. Now we'll add this text to our flyer. Select the horizontal type tool. In the tool options bar up here, click the arrow to the right of the font family menu and choose a font. The samples on the right side of the menu give you an idea of what the font will look like. Now the fonts in your menu may be different than mine, so just pick any font you have. Click the arrow to the right of the font size menu up here in the options bar and choose a large size so you can be sure to see the text on the image initially. As you can see up here, there are a lot of other options for formatting your type. In the options bar, click the color field to open the color picker dialog. Move the pointer over the light gray part of the image and click to sample that light gray. This is a good tip for choosing a text color that matches the color found in an image. Click OK in the color picker. Click on the seaweed in your image and in capital letters type Sushi, press Return or Enter, type Making, press Return or Enter, type Class, once more, press Return or Enter, and type 7 p.m. Select the text by dragging over it. And up here in the options bar, click the center text icon to center all the lines of the type with each other. Select the Move tool and move the text into position using the smart guides that appear to line it up with the center. Okay, let's save what we've built so far. Choose File, Save As. In the Save As dialog box, change the name of the file. Save it in the Photoshop format to keep all the layers you've added so you can go back and edit them in the future. Then click Save to save the flyer. Then click OK. The flyer we've built so far is pretty simple, but you can take it further. Here's a version of this flyer with more details. Every element was made using skills you've learned in this tutorial. I hope this example inspires you to go further with what you've learned to create more exciting flyers for your own events.
In this tutorial, you'll improve the appearance of several images in Adobe Photoshop and give them a uniform look for projects like a presentation, a catalog, or a website. You'll learn basic photo editing skills using adjustment layers that can be applied to editing photographs for any purpose in Photoshop. To start your project, you can use the sample images available for download on the tutorial page or a few photos of your own. To open your files, choose File, Open. Select multiple images by clicking the first image, then pressing the Shift key and clicking the last. Click Open. Click the tab at the top of the tangerine.jpg image to show it if you need to. As you can see, this image is a bit dull. There are lots of ways to improve the appearance of images so they're more to our liking in Photoshop or in Photoshop Lightroom. I'll show you a few tips for improving your photos in Photoshop. With the image layer selected in the Layers panel, open the Adjustments panel by clicking the Adjustments tab. If you don't see it, you can choose Window, Adjustments. There are lots of adjustment layers to choose from, like Color Balance to fine-tune color, or Black and White to convert a color photo to a black and white photo. This image needs to be a bit brighter to make it pop, so we'll add a Brightness Contrast adjustment layer. Click the Brightness Contrast button here to add a new layer to the Layers panel called an adjustment layer. The Properties panel also opens, and it's where you'll find the controls for this adjustment layer. With adjustment layers, you can change the appearance of a photo like brightness and contrast without actually changing the underlying photo itself, and your changes remain editable. Now let's improve the brightness of the photo. In the Properties panel, drag the brightness slider to the right to increase the overall brightness of the image. We can also adjust the look of an image with more than one adjustment layer. We can choose from any of these different types of adjustment layers depending on what we need for our image. Next, we'll add a hue saturation adjustment layer to change the image by adjusting its color. In the Adjustments panel, click the Hue Saturation button. In the Layers panel, a hue saturation adjustment layer is created above the last selected layer. The Properties panel now shows controls for this adjustment layer. Drag the saturation slider to the right a bit. The further you drag, the more saturated or intense the colors become in the image. When you like what you see, click the Properties panel tab to close the Properties panel. I want to make the same adjustments to the other images as well to create a uniform look across them. Photoshop lets you drag the adjustment layers between documents to copy them. First, we need to see all the images at once. To do that, choose Window, Arrange, 3-up stacked. Click in the tangerine image and you'll see the adjustment layers in the Layers panel. These photos were all taken in the same place under the same light, so we can use the adjustments we made to one of these photos on the other photos to give them a uniform look in our project. If you have photos taken at different times in different lighting, each photo may need different adjustments. Click one adjustment layer and shift-click the other in the Layers panel to select both. Drag from the layer name or thumbnail, not this white box called a mask, into another image. When you see an outline, release the mouse to copy the adjustment layers into the image. Drag the adjustment layers to the third image as well. Each image now has the same adjustments applied as the tangerine image. Since we used adjustment layers, we can now fine-tune each image separately if we need. Switch to the lemon.jpg by clicking in that image. This photo is a bit too bright. In the Layers panel, double-click the layer thumbnail to the left of the brightness contrast layer to edit the settings in the Properties panel again. Adjust the brightness of the lemon image by dragging the slider, and then click the Properties panel tab to hide it. Let's gather the images into a single window again just so we can focus on the lemon. Choose Window, Arrange, Consolidate all to tabs. If the lemon image isn't showing, click the lemon.jpg tab to display that image. Using adjustment layers like this is one option of many in Photoshop for polishing your photos for use in a project. There are lots of other things you can do to improve photos like these, including making corrections on an image-by-image basis. For example, I noticed that this particular photo has a smudge in the background. So I'll select the Spot Healing Brush tool in the Tools panel. In the Layers panel, I'll click the lock icon in the background layer just so I can make a change to this layer. Then I'll drag across the dirt smudge on this image to remove it. With some basic adjustments and edits, we made these photos look better. But there's so much more in Photoshop you can do. Explore further and check out additional tutorials about editing your photos at adobe.com. Photoshop artboards are really useful, especially for designing for mobile apps and responsive design. You can design for multiple screens and see the experience and the flow across your entire design in a single document. Artboards are containers that act like special layer groups, and layers placed within an artboard are grouped beneath the artboard in the Layers panel and are clipped by the artboard boundaries on the canvas. You can have multiple design layouts within one document by using artboards. This makes it easy to copy content between artboards, view everything all together, and also keeps your designs organized. When creating a new document in Photoshop, select Artboard from the document type, then select the desired artboard size. In this example, I'm selecting iPhone 5. If you already have a Photoshop document without artboards, you can also easily add them later. Let me switch to a document that already has content. To change artboard properties, you can select the artboard in the Layers panel. You can then edit artboard properties such as size, orientation, alignment, and more using the Tool Options bar, the Properties panel, or by using the artboard handles to manually resize the artboard. Let me show my rulers. Notice that the guides are relative to the artboard that's moving. You can use the guide layouts to align elements in your design by assigning guides to your desired artboards or to the document. You can also use artboard-specific grids for aligning objects. Let me turn mine on by choosing View, Show, Grid. Just like the guides, the grids also move with the artboard. Let me turn off the grids again. There are many ways to add and edit artboards. With an artboard selected, use the on-canvas controls to easily add artboards to your document, or click the plus icon while holding Alt or Option to easily duplicate the artboard, or use the Artboard tool to create an artboard of a different size.
Each artboard has a specific name that appears as a name label on the canvas, and you can edit the artboard names so that they make more sense to you. Just double-click the name in the Layers panel. You can also toggle the visibility of the artboard names on or off by choosing View Show Artboard Names. I'll show the artboard names again. In the Layers panel, each artboard has its own set of layers that you can arrange. If you have a lot of content, you can filter the layers in the Layers panel by artboard. If you select an artboard, or select content on an artboard with the Auto Select option enabled, only the contents of the selected artboard will appear in the Layers panel. It's easy to share content between artboards or move content in or out of an artboard. If you drag content associated with an artboard outside the bounds of an artboard, the content is no longer nested within it. Layers outside of artboards are not clipped by any of the artboards. Dragging artwork inside the bounds of an artboard auto-nests the content within that artboard. You can select the Prevent Auto Nesting option in the Layers panel to keep layer content from nesting automatically in or out of an artboard. You can also lock the position of an artboard and its contents on the canvas so that it stays in place. Export optimized content easily by right-clicking any content in the artboard and choosing Export As to get just those layers, or you can choose File Export As to export each artboard as a flattened and optimized PNG or JPEG. Another option is to export each artboard as single PSD files. You can also save your design as a PDF where each artboard is its own page, allowing you to easily send the whole design for review or other purposes. Photoshop gives you even more freedom and flexibility to easily convey responsive web design, mobile app design, and much more. Give artboards a try today. In Photoshop CC, there are a lot of ways to design efficiently using features like libraries, glyphs, artboards, and more. I need to create some artwork for band t-shirts, stickers, posters, and other merchandise that can be used to promote an upcoming album. In this video, I'll take you through the process of creating that artwork, which you can see here, and show you some great ways to be more efficient in Photoshop as you design. I've started my project by opening an image file and adding an artboard to the file by choosing Layer, New, Artboard from Layers. In this case, artboards will let me try out different design ideas in the same file. Now I'd like to add a design element to make some text that I'll add pop. I'll make a new layer in the Layers panel to contain this new artwork and make it easily editable later on. Using the Stamp tool over here in the Tools panel, I'll just copy a bit of the original image onto the new layer. Using the Move tool, I'll drag the selected layer content up a bit so you can see the difference. Next, I'll add some type to the design. I created some type earlier and will simply show the type layers in the Layers panel over here. I'll select the text and make a quick text formatting change. You can also choose glyph alternates for a selection right on the canvas to help save time. I'll select the letter C in Clouds and choose a canvas glyph alternate that appears in this menu. With the artwork finished, I want to be able to save and reuse it elsewhere. I can easily do this with Creative Cloud libraries, which allow you to access, organize, and share your design assets. You can even organize design assets into multiple Creative Cloud libraries. These libraries may be based on projects or even types of assets, for instance. One way to add assets to a Creative Cloud library is to select layers you want to save in the Layers panel, like these image layers, then drag them right into the Libraries panel to save the content, and even rename it. I'll also select the text and drag that content into the Libraries panel as well, and change the name. With a few assets saved in my default library, I can easily share any of them with the members of the band, for instance, so they can add this design content to stickers, posters, and whatever else they need. Right-clicking on an asset, you can choose Share Link. You can then create a public link that lets anyone with the link download a copy of the selected assets, and once downloaded, they'll be able to edit the contents independently of your original. I'd like to add the artwork that I saved to a mock-up of a t-shirt just to get an idea of what it may look like. This calls for another artboard. You can make a new artboard by selecting the Artboard tool over in the Tools panel, and drawing an artboard or selecting a size and clicking Add New Artboard. I've created another library for a different project I'm working on, and I'd like to use this t-shirt image in this project. I'll drag the image onto the artboard, resize and reposition it a bit, then click this check mark in the options bar to finish. I'll switch back to the original library I had and drag the text I saved onto the artboard. By default, library assets that are dragged from the Libraries panel are linked to the original library item. When an original asset is modified, like this, all the project files using the linked asset will be updated to the latest version. As a last step for this project, I'll crop the artwork down to the correct album size I need. I'll start by zooming in a bit to the album artwork artboard. I can then click the album artboard name to select it and change the size in the options bar up here. I'll fit the artboard in the window so it's easier to see. Finally, I'll select the layers in the Layers panel. Then I'll drag the artwork with the Move tool into the center of the artboard and take a look at my completed artwork. In Photoshop CC, there are many other features that allow you to work more efficiently as you design. Check out some of our other tutorials and give these techniques a try today.
Photoshop artboards are really useful, especially for designing for mobile apps and responsive design. You can design for multiple screens and see the experience and the flow across your entire design in a single document. Artboards are containers that act like special layer groups, and layers placed within an artboard are grouped beneath the artboard in the Layers panel and are clipped by the artboard boundaries on the canvas. You can have multiple design layouts within one document by using artboards. This makes it easy to copy content between artboards, view everything all together, and also keeps your designs organized. When creating a new document in Photoshop, select Artboard from the document type, then select the desired artboard size. In this example, I'm selecting iPhone 5. If you already have a Photoshop document without artboards, you can also easily add them later. Let me switch to a document that already has content. To change artboard properties, you can select the artboard in the Layers panel. You can then edit artboard properties such as size, orientation, alignment, and more using the Tool Options bar, the Properties panel, or by using the artboard handles to manually resize the artboard. Let me show my rulers. Notice that the guides are relative to the artboard that's moving. You can use the guide layouts to align elements in your design by assigning guides to your desired artboards or to the document. You can also use artboard-specific grids for aligning objects. Let me turn mine on by choosing View, Show, Grid. Just like the guides, the grids also move with the artboard. Let me turn off the grids again. There are many ways to add and edit artboards. With an artboard selected, use the on-canvas controls to easily add artboards to your document, or click the plus icon while holding Alt or Option to easily duplicate the artboard, or use the Artboard tool to create an artboard of a different size. Each artboard has a specific name that appears as a name label on the canvas, and you can edit the artboard names so that they make more sense to you. Just double-click the name in the Layers panel. You can also toggle the visibility of the artboard names on or off by choosing View, Show, Artboard Names. I'll show the artboard names again. In the Layers panel, each artboard has its own set of layers that you can arrange. If you have a lot of content, you can filter the layers in the Layers panel by artboard. If you select an artboard, or select content on an artboard with the Auto Select option enabled, only the contents of the selected artboard will appear in the Layers panel. It's easy to share content between artboards or move content in or out of an artboard. If you drag content associated with an artboard outside the bounds of an artboard, the content is no longer nested within it. Layers outside of artboards are not clipped by any of the artboards. Dragging artwork inside the bounds of an artboard auto-nests the content within that artboard. You can select the Prevent Auto Nesting option in the Layers panel to keep layer content from nesting automatically in or out of an artboard. You can also lock the position of an artboard and its contents on the canvas so that it stays in place. Export optimized content easily by right-clicking any content in the artboard and choosing Export As to get just those layers, or you can choose File Export As to export each artboard as a flattened and optimized PNG or JPEG. Another option is to export each artboard as single PSD files. You can also save your design as a PDF where each artboard is its own page, allowing you to easily send the whole design for review or other purposes. Photoshop gives you even more freedom and flexibility to easily convey responsive web design, mobile app design, and much more. Give artboards a try today. In recent releases of Photoshop CC, there's a new font feature added called Match Font that you might not know about. In this video, I'll show you how Photoshop can help you find great fonts for your design by finding fonts in an image or photo. Here are a few photos I took the other day when I was out and about. I'm going to try to identify the font in this photo. I could try finding this font in my existing fonts I already have in Photoshop by looking through them, but I've got thousands installed and it could take me a very long time. Instead, if I have a photo with a Latin font like English, we can use the new Match Font feature in Photoshop to identify the font in the photo. To get started, open the image in Photoshop. Select the rectangular marquee tool in the toolbar and drag to select the region of the image that contains the text. Then choose Type, Match Font. Photoshop shows me the possible fonts that are matched that I already have installed on my machine, and it searches the Typekit library and identifies fonts that are available to your Creative Cloud subscription level. So that even if you don't have the font installed, you can click this little cloud icon in the Match Font dialog box, which will sync the font to your machine. To use this, crop tightly on the text you want to identify, and notice that you can adjust or move your selection to a different part of the image to identify other fonts. I'll select this Quimby font I have and click OK. Now I'll use the font identified by Photoshop, Quimby, to add some text to this design. There. I think this font works well. Now you know how to find fonts in Photoshop CC using Match Font. To learn about other topics on typography, such as adding illustrative elements and graphics, and using Photoshop's 3D effects to do things like extrude the text, check out more tutorials on adobe.com.
So now that we know what actions are and how we can run actions, what we want to take a look at in this movie is how we can create our own actions. I'm still working with pick1.psd, which is in the Chapter 7 folder, and I have the Actions panel open. If you don't see the Actions panel, you can go to the Window menu, and from there you can choose Actions. Option F9 or Alt F9 would be the keyboard shortcut to open up the Actions panel. What we want to do first is create a new action set. That way we can distinguish the differences between the actions that Adobe's created and the actions that we've created. So come down towards the bottom of the Actions panel and click the Create New Set button. Go ahead and name the set whatever you want. I'm going to go ahead and call it Matt's Actions, and then you can go ahead and click OK. We have the new action set. Once we have the new action set, we can come down and click the Create New Action button. When we do this, it opens up a dialog box. You have to name it. I'm going to go ahead and call it BW for black and white. What we're going to do is ultimately create a black and white image. We're going to save this action to the Matt's Actions set, or whatever you called your own action set. We don't need a color, which is just a way to label it within the Actions panel. And we don't need to assign a keyboard shortcut to it, so the function keys can be set to none. Once you're done with that, you can go ahead and click Record. Now, when you click Record, the Actions panel is going to record every command that you execute. It's not going to record any interface changes that you make. If you go to the Window menu and under the Window menu you choose Notes, it's not going to record opening up the Notes panel. It's only going to record actual operations that you perform. So what we want to do is we want to add a black and white adjustment. If you go ahead and click that, you'll notice the adjustment has been added not only to the Layers panel, but also to the action that you're creating. After setting the black and white adjustment, what we want to do is come up here to the presets, and under the presets, we want to choose one. And I'm going to go with one called Infrared. It's going to create a more dramatic looking black and white. After doing that, I'd like to add a little bit of noise. So the first thing that I want to do is come up to the Filter menu, and under the Filter menu, I want to choose Convert for Smart Filters. Now you'll notice that it's grayed out. And it's grayed out because you need to make sure that the car layer is selected. And you'll notice that that action is recorded. Once you select the car layer, at that point you can come back to the Filter menu and choose Convert for Smart Filters. Again, the dialog box is just going to tell you that it's going to convert it to a smart object, which is what we want essentially. So go ahead and click OK. Once we click OK, we can come back to the filter menu. And here we can choose noise, and we want to choose add noise. And in this case, in terms of the distribution, I want to set it to Gaussian. And then in terms of the amount, I'm going to drag this back quite a bit, somewhere around, I guess 3 or 4, somewhere in that range. You can also type in a value manually if you go ahead and just type in 3. Once you're happy with the amount, you can come over and click OK. Once you click OK, you're all set. So what we want to do, though, is save out this image and store it on the desktop, and that can be recorded within the action as well. So come up to the File menu. Under the File menu, you can choose Save As, navigate to the desktop, save it as pic1.psd, and click Save. Again, you want to maximize compatibility. That's fine. Go ahead and click OK. And then once you save it, you can close it. And all of these steps have been recorded by the Actions panel. Once you're done, you can come over here and click the Stop Recording button. And there you go. You've created your own action. Let's go ahead and take a look at how we can apply this action to a different image. If you come up to the File menu, under the File menu you can choose Open. You want to browse to the Photoshop CS6 Resources folder, and there's Chapter 7. Open up pic2.psd and click Open. With this document open, what we want to do is select the BW action. We want to come down and click the Play button. When we do, it performs all of the operations, it saves the document, and it closes it. If we hide or minimize Photoshop, we can see we have these two documents on the desktop. You can go ahead and open them. Here on the Mac, I'm just going to go ahead and open both of them in a program called Preview. So I'm going to go ahead and choose Open With, and then I'm going to select Preview. And here we can see the two images that we converted to black and white, and we added noise to. So the action's working just fine. So ultimately, actions give you the ability to record steps and then reapply those steps to different images, saving you a ton of time.
What I want to show you in this video is something that is absolutely amazing. It's a brand new feature in Adobe Photoshop Creative Cloud called Perspective Warp. Now I have a photograph open. I didn't take this photo. It was taken by a company called PhotoSpin. And don't forget, if you want to follow along, you can download the assets for this video. What I want to do first, though, is make a copy of it. I'm going to drag it down. This is one way to do it. Make a copy. That is not necessary. But this way we get to see kind of a before and an after. Now it will work with just about any image, but your first test is to go up to the word Edit on the pull down menu and go down, and you better see Perspective Warp. If you don't, no big deal. Just go out to the cloud and download the latest version of Photoshop. Now what does it do? What does Perspective Warp do? It literally allows me to re-enter a three-dimensional world to change the perspective of the image, as if, as the photographer, I change my position. Now we're going to do two things. One's very easy. I'm going to straighten the buildings out. The other part's more fun. Change the perspective. Now we've got the tool selected. You do this by building grids, perspective grids. So if I click somewhere, you can see your first grid. Now we can get in the middle. Let's talk about how this works. Get in the middle, move it around as a whole. Go to a pin, move the pins. Just like that. If I go to the side, top, or bottom and drag, I can move it. But the trick is, if you hold down the Shift key at the same time and move it, it changes the perspective too. Can help you out. The other thing I do like is if you select a pin, you can use your arrow keys to gently nudge it into place. Or get on it, click it, and delete it. Now we need two. We're working with a three-dimensional item that's been compressed two-dimensionally. We need two planes on this. And we're going to use this right here as our dividing line. Click and drag this time. Save you some time in moving it around. Now I'm going to leave it right there. I'm going to come up here and click this one and move it over. And what I want to do is grab and select that line. Now down here, I think I'll use my arrow keys. Do you have to do this? Not really. But if you do, if you spend the time to get these lines down right based on perspective of the image, It's going to save you time later on. So I'm going to come over here and grab this one, and we're going to drag it down. Now I can use these lines to match up with these, and that's what I'm doing. Let's do this one down here too. So what I'm trying to do here is just match those up. Let's come down just a little bit more, just about like that. That doesn't look too bad. Now we need the other side of our box, if you will. So if I click and drag, I can make another one of these. Now here's the fun part. Grab it right here and drag it over. Don't hold the shift key. Just drag it over until you see a blue line appear. Let go. Pin to pin, it will match it. We can now do the other side. So what I'm going to do here is bring that over. And again, I can use these lines here against those lines there. And I'm going to try to line that up as best I can. Come down to this one, obviously, and bring that one up. Just about like that. Again, don't forget, you can use your arrow keys if you want it precise. Now that's not too bad. What I want to do is extend it out. So hold the shift key before you drag it. Just like that. All right. Now we've got the box built around the buildings or whatever the object is. Come over here and click Warp. Now when we move the pins, it will change it. Now since I took the time to get the angles, and the first thing I want to do maybe is straighten it out, that's going to be much easier. Click this button right here and watch what happens. Well, it begins to straighten it out. But the pins are still independent. In other words, I can come over to this one and still move it if I want to, if I don't like what it did. I find most of the time that if I spend the time to get the perspective, it does help things out. Now you have another one that does your horizontals if you want to do that. We don't. This one does both. This one says, you know what, I so messed this up, I wish I could start all over again, and if you click it, it'll take you right back to where you were. You say, I want to redesign the whole thing, you can click here. Go right back to layout. Let's go back here, and let's click that button again, because that did work. Now that's easy. In fact, you might not even need perspective warp to straighten a building. What I love about it is changing the perspective. Now if I come down to this point right here and move it, these are still independent. And here's the trick. Come over to this line, hold the shift key down until it turns yellow, and then click on it. Now that does two things. If it wasn't perfectly vertical, it is now, but the other part is in perspective. Watch this. If I come down here and move this point left or right, it locks the top one in and allows me to literally change the perspective where the photograph was taken. And if you look closely, it's not just stretching the stuff out. It's working with complex algorithms to decide what it would have looked like if the photographer had changed positions. That's why I like this thing so much. It gives you total control over what you're doing. Now you can even change it by foreshortening it. Whatever you want to do to change what you think this image will be, and understand we're not talking about a formula. Well, it's got to be 27 degrees because of this, that, or the other. We're talking about you. You are the photographer. You are the designer. What looks good to you? Now let's say you like that. You can set it by clicking right here, or you can say, I wish I'd never done anything, and click here to get out of it. Oh, there you go. If I turn it on and off, you can see the before and the after. Perspective Warp is an amazing tool, brand new to Photoshop CC, literally allowing you to get back into the third dimension and change the position of where the photograph was taken. Well, that's about it. This is Andy Anderson saying keep learning. And don't forget, guys, to make sure you check out the other videos on our Creative Cloud Learning site.
The crop tool inside of Photoshop gives you the ability to remove unwanted pixels, and as a photographer, you get a second chance to recompose your image. The crop tool is located here inside the Tools panel. C is the keyboard shortcut. When you first select the crop tool, you'll notice you'll see a bounding box around your image. All you have to do is resize this bounding box, and as you resize it, the pixels that are going to be removed appear grayed out. And then, inside the center here, where it's nice and bright, you get an idea as to what the new image will look like after the crop. To accept the crop, all you have to do is click this check mark. Now, there's an option here in the options bar called Delete Cropped Pixels, and if you select it and accept the crop, those pixels are removed, never to come back. That's not really the best way to work, unless you have a really specific reason. My preference is to leave that deselected. I'm going to go ahead and undo the crop, Command-Z on the Mac, Control-Z on Windows. I'm going to turn this off. By turning it off, if I come over and click and drag out a new crop box and accept the crop, this time I'll double-click here within the crop box, I can go ahead and perform any other operation inside of Photoshop. I can add layers, adjustments, filters, you name it. But if you come back to this layer and you choose the crop tool and you drag out a new crop box, you'll notice all the previous removed pixels are now available, giving you the ability to reuse some of those pixels that you cropped out initially. So you still have all of the information of the original image. And notice I'm just moving the image around now so I can position the image relative to the crop box. So there's a lot of different ways that you can work with this crop tool. Again, once you're happy, you can come over and click the check mark and the crop is performed. You'll notice when you're working with the crop box, you have some overlays. There's a menu here of different overlays. So if you want to work with the golden ratio, you can do that and you'll notice that the overlay is updated. Some people don't like seeing the overlay all the time. A good option is to come over and choose Auto Show Overlay. That way, as you look at the newly cropped area, you don't have any distractions, giving you an accurate representation of what the new image will look like. But as you resize the crop box, you'll notice that that overlay returns. So you're getting the benefit of having the overlay without the distraction as you look at the new image. There's quite a bit you can do with the crop tool, and this just scratches the surface. But now you have a good understanding as to how the crop tool works, and you'll find as you work inside of Photoshop, it's a tool that you're probably going to use fairly often.
What I want to show you in this video is something that is absolutely amazing. It's a brand new feature in Adobe Photoshop Creative Cloud called Perspective Warp. Now I have a photograph open. I didn't take this photo. It was taken by a company called PhotoSpin. And don't forget, if you want to follow along, you can download the assets for this video. What I want to do first, though, is make a copy of it. I'm going to drag it down. This is one way to do it. Make a copy. That is not necessary. But this way we get to see kind of a before and an after. Now, it will work with just about any image, but your first test is to go up to the word Edit on the pull-down menu and go down, and you better see Perspective Warp. If you don't, no big deal. Just go out to the cloud and download the latest version of Photoshop. Now, what does it do? What does Perspective Warp do? It literally allows me to re-enter a three-dimensional world to change the perspective of the image as if, as the photographer, I change my position. Now, we're going to do two things. One's very easy. I'm going to straighten the buildings out. The other part's more fun. Change the perspective. Now, we've got the tool selected. You do this by building grids, perspective grids. So if I click somewhere, you can see your first grid. Now, we can get in the middle. Let's talk about how this works. Get in the middle, move it around as a whole. Go to a pin, move the pins. Just like that. If I go to the side, top, or bottom and drag, I can move it. But the trick is, if you hold down the Shift key at the same time and move it, it changes the perspective too, can help you out. The other thing I do like is if you select a pin, you can use your arrow keys to gently nudge it into place. Or get on it, click it, and delete it. Now we need two. we're working with a three-dimensional item that's been compressed two-dimensionally. We need two planes on this, and we're going to use this right here as our dividing line. Click and drag this time. Save you some time in moving it around. Now I'm going to leave it right there. I'm going to come up here and click this one and move it over. And what I want to do is grab and select that line. Now down here, I think I'll use my arrow keys. Do you have to do this? Not really. But if you do, if you spend the time to get these lines down right based on perspective of the image, it's going to save you time later on. So I'm going to come over here and grab this one. And we're going to drag it down. Now I can use these lines to match up with these, and that's what I'm doing. Let's do this one down here too. So what I'm trying to do here is just match those up. Let's come down just a little bit more. Just about like that. That doesn't look too bad. Now we need the other side of our box, if you will. So if I click and drag, I can make another one of these. Now here's the fun part. Grab it right here and drag it over. Don't hold the shift key. Just drag it over until you see a blue line appear. Let go. Pin to pin, it will match it. We can now do the other side. So what I'm going to do here is bring that over. And again, I can use these lines here against those lines there. And I'm going to try to line that up as best I can. Come down to this one, obviously, and bring that one up. Just about like that. Again, don't forget, you can use your arrow keys if you want it precise. Now that's not too bad. What I want to do is extend it out. So hold the shift key before you drag it. Just like that. All right. Now we've got the box built around the buildings or whatever the object is. Come over here and click Warp. Now when we move the pins, it will change it. Now since I took the time to get the angles, and the first thing I want to do maybe is straighten it out, that's going to be much easier. Click this button right here and watch what happens. Well, it begins to straighten it out. But the pins are still independent. In other words, I can come over to this one and still move it if I want to, if I don't like what it did. I find most of the time that if I spend the time to get the perspective, it does help things out. Now you have another one that does your horizontals if you want to do that. We don't. This one does both. This one says, you know what, I so messed this up, I wish I could start all over again, and if you click it, it'll take you right back to where you were. You say, I want to redesign the whole thing, you can click here. Go right back to layout. Let's go back here, and let's click that button again, because that did work. Now that's easy. In fact, you might not even need perspective warp to straighten a building. What I love about it is changing the perspective. Now if I come down to this point right here and move it, these are still independent. And here's the trick. Come over to this line, hold the shift key down until it turns yellow, and then click on it. Now that does two things. If it wasn't perfectly vertical, it is now. But the other part is in perspective. Watch this. If I come down here and move this point left or right, it locks the top one in and allows me to literally change the perspective where the photograph was taken. And if you look closely, it's not just stretching the stuff out. It's working with complex algorithms to decide what it would have looked like if the photographer had changed positions. That's why I like this thing so much. It gives you total control over what you're doing. Now you can even change it by foreshortening it. Whatever you want to do to change what you think this image will be, and understand we're not talking about a formula. Well, it's got to be 27 degrees because of this, that, or the other. We're talking about you. You are the photographer. You are the designer. What looks good to you? Now let's say you like that. You can set it by clicking right here, or you can say, I wish I'd never done anything, and click here to get out of it. Oh, there you go. If I turn it on and off, you can see the before and the after. Perspective Warp is an amazing tool, brand new to Photoshop CC, literally allowing you to get back into the third dimension and change the position of where the photograph was taken. Well, that's about it. This is Andy Anderson saying keep learning And don't forget, guys, to make sure you check out the other videos on our Creative Cloud Learning site.
Welcome to Get Started with Photoshop for Photography. In this series of videos, I'll walk you through the basics of editing a photograph in Photoshop, from your first editing steps to saving a polished version. When you finish watching the series, you'll be able to use the Photoshop fundamentals you learn here to make your own photographs look fantastic. We'll focus on editing in Photoshop in this series, but keep in mind that using Photoshop and Lightroom together are the perfect combination for photography. You can organize, edit, and share your photos in Lightroom and take them even further in Photoshop. In this video, I'll cover opening, cropping, and straightening a photo in Photoshop. Let's begin in the Start screen, which you'll see when you launch this version of Photoshop. Open the sample image we're providing, or your own photo, by clicking the Open button on the Start screen, or by choosing File, Open to locate an image. When the image opens, activate the Crop tool in the Tools panel, and a resizable crop box immediately surrounds your image. You can drag any corner or any edge to adjust the shape of the box, and you can click and drag within the box to reposition the photo underneath it. When you do, Photoshop darkens the soon-to-be cropped away pixels outside the box, giving you a preview of what the crop will look like. To constrain the crop to a certain size, use the menu at the left of the options bar at the top of your screen, which includes some commonly used crop presets. For example, to preserve the photo's original aspect ratio, choose Original Ratio. Now, as you adjust the crop box, the photo's original relationship of width to height is preserved. If you want to crop your photo to particular dimensions rather than ratios, you can choose from this section of the menu, which includes options in inches for print and options in pixels for online use. If the menu doesn't include the values you want, you can enter them in the boxes to the right of the menu. If the image also needs straightening, click the Straighten icon in the options bar, and your cursor turns into a tiny plus sign. Now click and drag to draw a line across an area in the image that really should be straight, such as this boat ramp. When you release your mouse button, Photoshop rotates the image. It's a good idea to have Photoshop hide the cropped pixels instead of delete them, so you can change your mind about this crop in the future. To do that, turn off Delete Crop Pixels in the options bar. When everything looks good, click the check mark in the options bar, or press the Return or Enter key on your keyboard to crop the image. Now choose View, Fit on Screen to enlarge the image so you can continue editing. Let's save the work you've done so far by choosing File, Save As, and in the Save As dialog box, choose Photoshop from the Format or Type menu. Leave the Layers checkbox turned on, and then click Save. Saving in the Photoshop format retains your cropped pixels as well as any layers you add as you continue to work on this photograph. In fact, it's a good idea to save often while you edit, so at the end of each video in this series, remember to choose File, Save to update this saved Photoshop document with your new edits. You'll learn more about options for saving in the last video in this series. So to recap, in this video you learned to use the crop tool to improve composition and straighten an image, and you also learned how to save the document in Photoshop format. In the next video, we'll use adjustment layers to improve this photo's lighting and color. In this video, you'll learn to improve the lighting and color in your photographs using adjustment layers. These special layers instruct Photoshop to make the change on a completely separate layer. This not only protects your original photograph, it gives you maximum editing flexibility too, as you'll see in this video. Let's add an adjustment layer to make this image brighter and to add some punch. Click the half black, half white circle at the bottom of your Layers panel and choose Brightness Contrast. Notice the new adjustment layer in your Layers panel and how it's highlighted, which indicates it's active. The Properties panel that opens offers controls for the active adjustment layer. These controls will affect all the layers below this adjustment layer in the Layers panel, which in this case is the photograph on layer 0. In the Properties panel, try clicking the Auto button to have Photoshop correct the image for you, and then adjust the sliders to your liking. To see a before and after version, click the visibility icon to the left of this adjustment layer in the Layers panel. So here's our before, and here's our after version. If the adjustment looks too strong, you can use the opacity setting near the top of the Layers panel to reduce its strength. While the image looks a lot better, the colors could stand some boosting. So let's add a Hue Saturation Adjustment layer. And in the Properties panel, drag the saturation slider to the right until the image looks good to you. Go ahead and close the Properties panel by clicking the icon at upper right. The image looks even better, though the grassy area and some of the more colorful houses now look a little too vibrant. To fix that, we'll hide the adjustment from those areas using a layer mask, which is the white thumbnail that comes with every adjustment layer. Since this mask is filled with white, the adjustment we made is visible across the entire photo. However, by adding black to the mask, the adjustment can be hidden in those areas. To hide the adjustment, make sure the mask is active, which is indicated by the white brackets on the Layer Mask thumbnail in the Layers panel. Now grab the Brush tool from the Tools panel, and in the Options bar, click the Brush Preset Picker and choose a Soft Edge brush. Use the Size slider to set the brush tip pixel size to approximately 150 pixels for this image. Press Return or Enter on your keyboard to close the Brush Preset Picker. Now take a peek at the color swatches at the bottom of your Tools panel. The foreground color swatch determines what color the brush tool uses. When you have a layer mask active, your only choices are white, black, or gray. So if the foreground color swatch isn't black, go ahead and reset them to their default values by clicking the tiny icon at upper left of the color chips, and then click the curved arrow to its right to switch them so black is on top. Now mouse over to your image and brush across the areas in which you want to hide the adjustment. You can change brush size as you go using the left and right bracket keys to the right of the P key on your keyboard. For example, you can tap the right bracket key to increase brush size or the left bracket key to decrease brush size. If you happen to hide too much of the adjustment, let's say you hid the reflection of the red house in the water, click the curved arrow above the color swatches to switch them so white is on top, and then brush back across that area to reveal the adjustment. Remember, when you're working inside a layer mask, black conceals the adjustment and white reveals it. To quickly assess the changes you've made to the image, you can compare a before and after version. To do that, hold down the Option key on a Mac or Alt in Windows as you click the visibility icon to the left of Layer 0 in your Layers panel. When you do, Photoshop turns off all the other layers. So here's our before and here's our after version. As you can see, adjustment layers made short work of correcting this image, and the layer masks that come with them let you hide changes from areas that don't need it. Adjustment layers remain editable too. For example, to change the color boost, double-click the Hue Saturation Adjustment Layer thumbnail, and in the Properties panel, you can adjust the saturation slider. If you decide you don't like an adjustment layer, you can delete it by making sure it's active in the Layers panel and then pressing the Delete or Backspace key on your keyboard. Let's resurrect that layer by choosing Edit, Undo Delete Layer. Now choose File, Save. To save your document again with the same settings you used in the last video, including the Photoshop format, which will preserve your adjustment layers for re-editing in the future. In the next video, you'll learn how to remove unwanted content from an image using the spot healing brush and patch tools. In this video, we'll use the spot healing brush and patch tools to remove unwanted objects in a photo. Both tools do a great job of blending your retouches with the surrounding area, as shown here in this before and after example. While you can do all of your retouching on the original image layer, I like to retouch on separate layers in order to protect my original image and to increase editing flexibility. I'll delete the layers I made by tapping the Delete or Backspace key on my keyboard so we can recreate them together. I'll zoom into the image by pressing and holding the Command key on a Mac or Control in Windows and then tapping the plus key on my keyboard a few times. Once zoomed in, you can reposition the image on screen by pressing and holding the space bar on your keyboard and then dragging with your mouse. Let's start with the spot healing brush, as it's the easiest to use and it's great for removing small objects like the cows in this pasture and some of the more distracting poles. Start by creating a new layer by choosing Layer, New, Layer, and enter Spot Healing into the name field and click OK. Alternatively, you can create a new layer by clicking the New Layer icon at the bottom right of the Layers panel. In the Tools panel, activate the Spot Healing brush, and in the Options bar, make sure the Content Aware button is highlighted. Now turn on Sample All Layers to have Photoshop look through the currently active yet empty layer to layers underneath where the pixels actually live. Mouse over to your image and make the brush size slightly larger than the item you want to remove. You can tap the right bracket key on your keyboard to increase brush size or the left bracket key to decrease it. Now point your cursor at the item you want to remove and click. When you do, Photoshop uses pixels immediately outside the brush cursor to remove the item. You can also click and drag with this tool. For example, we can decrease brush size even further and then click and drag to remove some of these more distracting poles. As you can see, Photoshop is doing an incredible job removing these items from the photograph. Reposition the image again by pressing and holding the space bar and then dragging with your mouse so you can see all the distracting items that you need to remove. Now, if you don't like the results of one of the removals, you can always undo it and try again. So let's choose Edit, Undo Spot Healing Brush, and then let's have another go by using a slightly smaller brush cursor and by making shorter brush strokes. To remove the boat in the foreground, let's increase brush size so the boat fits within the brush cursor and give it a single click. Reposition the image again. Now to remove larger items such as this red roof here, you'll get a better result if you tell Photoshop where to copy the pixels from, which you can do using the Patch tool. So let's begin by adding another new empty layer by choosing Layer, New, Layer. Let's enter Patch into the name field and click OK. In the Tools panel, click and hold your mouse atop the Spot Healing brush, and from the menu that appears, choose Patch tool. In the Options bar, set the Patch menu to Content Aware, and then turn on Sample All Layers. If you don't see the Sample All Layers checkbox, then you forgot to choose Content Aware from the Patch menu. Now click and drag to draw a rough selection around the item you want to remove. Be sure to make the selection slightly larger than the item itself, otherwise you may end up with a ghostly outline of it. To tell Photoshop where to copy pixels from, click inside the selection and then drag it to the area in the image you want Photoshop to use for the patch. When you release your mouse button, Photoshop performs the patch and blends it with surrounding pixels. While the selection is still active, be sure to experiment with the structure and color fields in the Options bar. To preserve more of the texture from the area you copy pixels from, increase the structure slider. To preserve less of the texture, decrease it. To perform more color blending between the two areas, increase the color slider. To perform less color blending, decrease it. When everything looks good, deactivate the selection by choosing Select, Deselect. Now let's choose View, Fit on Screen, and assess the removals by turning off the visibility of the layers we added in this video. As you can see, the Spot Healing brush and Patch tools did a great job to clean up this image. I'll turn those layers back on in the same way. Now choose File, Save, to save your document again with these changes. The Photoshop format preserves your content removal layers so you can continue to edit them in the future. In the next video, you'll get creative with this image as you learn how to blur parts of it using a filter, how to turn it into a beautiful black and white, and how to add a color tint. In this video, you'll learn how to apply a few creative effects to your image. We'll use a filter from the Blur Gallery to apply a fun tilt-shift effect to this scene. We'll employ an adjustment layer to drain the color from the image and then add an artistic color tint. Let's start by putting all the layers into a protective wrapper called a Smart Object, which enables us to apply an editable filter to all the layers at once and protect the original photo. To do that, activate the topmost layer by clicking it, and then shift-click the bottommost layer, and Photoshop activates all the layers in between. Now choose Filter, Convert for Smart Filters, and click OK if you see a message. Photoshop tucks the layer content into the protective wrapper of a smart object so the filter you're about to run happens to the wrapper instead of what's inside. By the way, you can always access your original layers by double-clicking the Smart Object Layers thumbnail in the Layers panel. Now choose Filter, Blur Gallery, Tilt Shift. This filter lets you simulate the look of a miniature village in this image. Here's how it works. To reposition the filter, drag the black and white pen. To control blur strength, use the blur slider in the tilt shift panel on the right side of your screen. Drag right to increase the amount of blur, or drag left to decrease it. To control the size of the in-focus area, drag one of the solid lines up or down. To control the size of the blurry areas, drag one of the dashed lines up or down. To rotate the focus area, drag one of the white circles atop the solid line in a circular motion. When you're finished, click OK in the options bar at the top of your screen and Photoshop applies the filter. To experiment with different filter settings, double-click the filter's name in the Layers panel to reopen it. If you want to hide the filter effect from part of the image, activate the Smart Filter Mask, which is the white thumbnail shown here, and then paint with black or gray. In fact, we did this on an adjustment layer mask in the second video in this series in order to hide part of the adjustment. To delete a filter, drag the filter's name to the trash icon at the bottom right of the Layers panel. I'll choose Edit, Undo Delete Smart Filter to bring that filter back. Another common creative effect is to turn a color photo into a black and white, which you can do using an adjustment layer. To do that, click the half black, half white circle at the bottom of your Layers panel and choose black and white. In the Properties panel that opens, you can use the sliders to adjust the contrast in the image. For example, to darken the reds in the image, drag the red slider to the left. To lighten the reds instead, drag the slider to the right. To add an artistic color tint to the image, turn on the Tint checkbox. When you do, Photoshop tints the image with light brown, creating a sepia effect. To change the color tint, click the colored square next to the word Tint. In the color picker that opens, click within the vertical bar to choose a range of colors, and then click within the larger box to its left to pick a brightness level. Click OK when you're finished, and then close the Properties panel. As long as you've saved the file in Photoshop format, you can experiment with contrast and color tint later on. To do that, double-click the black and white adjustment layers thumbnail in the Layers panel, and then adjust the settings in the Properties panel that opens. To delete the effect altogether, make sure the black and white adjustment layer is active in your Layers panel, and then tap the Delete or Backspace key on your keyboard. Now choose File, Save, to save your document in Photoshop format to preserve the changes you made in this video. So to recap, in this video you learned how to use the Tilt Shift Blur filter safely and how to reopen it to fine-tune its settings. You also learned how to create a black and white image and how to add a custom color tint. In the next video, you'll learn how to sharpen your masterpiece, save it with all of your layers intact, and how to save it as a JPEG in order to share it with others. In this video, you'll learn how to sharpen an image, which is an important final editing step. You'll also learn how to save an edited photo in different formats for different uses. First, let's talk about what sharpening really means. Sharpening an image in Photoshop is similar to sharpening a kitchen knife. In both instances, you're emphasizing edges. On a knife, it's easy to identify the edge. It's the side that can cut you. In a digital image, it's the areas of high contrast where vastly different color pixels meet, such as where a tree meets the sky, or in our case, where red roofs meet white siding, and where the lake meets the shore. To emphasize those edges, Photoshop lightens the light pixels and darkens the dark pixels. There are many ways to sharpen an image in Photoshop, though in this video we'll use the Smart Sharpen filter because it's quick and easy to use. The first step is to prepare your layers for use with Smart Filters, which we did in the previous video in this series. Since you can run multiple filters on a single Smart object, we're all set. So choose Filter, Sharpen, Smart Sharpen. In the dialog box that opens, you see a preview of the image on the left and controls for sharpening on the right. To enlarge the preview, drag the lower right corner of the dialog box. Next, use the zoom tools beneath the image preview to set your document zoom level to 100% so you can see an accurate sharpening preview. Now click and drag within the preview box to bring an important part of the image into view. Set the preset menu to default, and then adjust the sliders to your liking. The first slider we'll adjust is Radius, which tells Photoshop how many pixels on either side of the high contrast edge pixels to emphasize. You can think of this setting as sharpening width. The higher the number, the more obvious the sharpening. For the best results, keep this setting low. Next, with the amount slider at 200%, drag it slowly leftward until the sharpening looks good to you. If you see any speckled flakes appear in the image, drag the Reduce Noise slider to the right to get rid of them. When everything looks good, click OK and Photoshop sharpens the image. To reopen the filter and change its settings, double-click the filter's name in the Layers panel. To hide both the Smart Sharpen filter and the blur filter from parts of your image, you can activate the Smart Filter mask, which is the white thumbnail shown here, and then paint with black or gray. We did that on an adjustment layer mask in the second video in this series in order to hide part of the adjustment. To delete the filter, drag the filter's name to the trash icon at the bottom right of the Layers panel. In order to preserve your layers and filters so you can edit them in the future, be sure to save the document in Photoshop format. To do that, choose File, Save As, and from the Format or Type menu, choose Photoshop. Leave the Layers checkbox turned on and click Save. In order to share the image with other people who don't have Photoshop, to post it on the web, or submit to a printing service, you need to save it in a different format. So choose File, Save As, and this time choose JPEG from the Format or Type menu, which is a great format for a full color photograph such as the one we're working with here. Go ahead and rename the file so you don't overwrite your sample file, and click Save. In the JPEG Options dialog box, you can set the quality of the image. The higher the quality, the larger the file size. The lower the quality, the smaller the file size. I'll set the quality menu to medium, which is great for posting the image online or for emailing. If, however, the image will be printed, be sure to enter 12 into the quality field for the highest possible quality. And click OK. Of course, the techniques shown in this video series only touch the tip of the iceberg of what's possible in Photoshop. It's worth mentioning that Photoshop pairs beautifully with other Adobe apps such as the image organizing, editing, and sharing powerhouse, Photoshop Lightroom, as well as mobile apps such as Adobe Mix for combining imagery into your own artistic vision, and Adobe Fix for applying quick edits to your mobile photos before bringing them into Photoshop for more heavy-duty retouching. I hope you've enjoyed this video series, and I encourage you to explore the myriad tutorials in the Learn library on adobe.com so you can learn how to turn the image you have into the image you want.
As a new Photoshop user, you're going to find that the Layers panel is an incredibly powerful tool. The Layers panel gives you the ability to isolate individual pieces of content away from the rest of the composition, giving you the ability to work on individual elements within the overall document. Now, this can be used for something as literal as some type in this case, or something as subtle as a small brush stroke to add a highlight or shadow to an image. They also keep you organized. You want to keep all of your content separated if possible, because that's going to afford you the most flexibility when working inside of Photoshop. For example, if you wanted to change the appearance of this rectangle, because it's on its own layer, it's incredibly easy. If it was mashed down here with the background layer, it becomes far more challenging at that point. But if we want to change, let's say, the size of the rectangle, all you have to do is select that layer and then choose a tool. In this case, I'll use the free transform tool, which is Command-T on the Mac, Control-T on Windows, and then you can make your modifications. So what I'll do is just make this a little bit smaller. And once I'm happy, I'll press Return or Enter. So by having this on its own individual layer, it was easy and very quick to make a modification to that piece of content. You have the ability to turn the visibility of layers on and off. For example, maybe you want to look at this image without the rectangle to see what it would look like. Well, all you have to do is turn off the visibility by clicking this little eye icon. And you'll notice that that content is no longer visible. Again, this gives you additional flexibility. You can now save a version of this document without the rectangle, but you still have the rectangle information within the native Photoshop document. So if you ever needed to turn it back on, you can do that. You can easily create new layers by coming down here towards the bottom of the Layers panel and clicking the New Layer button. With this new layer, you could add any content or paint any pixels that you would need to improve this composition. If you decide you don't want the layer, simply remove it by clicking the trash can. I'll go ahead and confirm this. And you also have options for individual layers in terms of fill and opacity, again giving you further control over how this layer interacts with all the other layers within the document. With this rectangle layer selected, maybe I want to drop the opacity down a little bit. By doing that, I introduce pixels in the background into the foreground of this layer. There's also blending mode options, so we could come over and choose the type layer in this case. Right now the blend mode is set to normal, but you can see there's all sorts of different blend modes. Honestly, you could spend an entire course on blend modes, but right now if you just experiment with them, you'll begin to see what they do and what they accomplish. Basically, you're controlling how the foreground pixels interact with the background pixels. Adobe's built in several tools to stay organized within your Layers panel. You can create things like layer groups by clicking this little folder icon. And you can also filter your layers. It's not uncommon to have hundreds of layers within a Photoshop document. What if you're looking for just type layers? Well, there's filter buttons up here towards the top. If you click this button, you'll notice I'm only displaying layers that are type layers. And you can turn off the filter by clicking that same button. And you can add as many of these as necessary. So it's not just one or the other. You can select the layers that you want to view. Finally, you can also control the stacking order of these layers. The stacking order ultimately dictates in which order these elements will appear. Right now, the winter layer is above the rectangle layer. I'll go ahead and set the blend mode back to normal. When I do that, if I decide I want the winter layer underneath the rectangle layer, I can simply click and drag it underneath the rectangle layer. You'll see this highlight, which is an indicator as to where you're about to place this layer. When you let go of the mouse, you can now see that the winter layer is beneath the rectangle layer. One final note, you don't have that ability with the background layer. The background layer is locked. So if I want to put the background layer above all other layers, you'll notice Photoshop doesn't allow me to do that. However, with the latest release of Photoshop CC, if you want to be able to quickly convert this background layer into a traditional layer, then giving you the ability to change the stacking order, all you have to do is click this little padlock icon, and you'll notice it immediately changes it into a traditional layer. The Layers panel is an incredibly powerful tool, and as you work more and more with Photoshop, you'll find that it's even more powerful than what I was able to show you within this one video.
In this series of short videos, we'll explore how and when to use Photoshop along with Lightroom to take your photos to the next level. Lightroom is great for organizing and sharing your photos, and Lightroom's user-friendly editing controls are often all you'll need to make a photo look its best. But sometimes you'll want to do something more with your photos than you can accomplish in Lightroom, like maybe combining multiple photos or moving an object in a photo. And you'll want to save your photos with their Photoshop edits back to Lightroom to keep track of all your photos in one place. I'm going to walk you through each of those common scenarios and more for using Photoshop with Lightroom in this video series. But first, let's get familiar with the basic editing workflow from Lightroom to Photoshop and back. First, I do most of my photo editing here in Lightroom's Develop module, making adjustments to tone, color, and other photo qualities. As a simple example, I'll click the Auto button here in the Basic panel, which automatically adjusts exposure, contrast, and these other tonal values. I can tweak any of these sliders, and I can add more adjustments. When I'm done making those adjustments, I'll take a look at the photo and see if there's any reason to take it over to Photoshop. In this case, I'd like to remove this colt from the photo. Photoshop is the best place to do this because Photoshop has sophisticated retouching tools that are great at removing larger areas of content like this. Now, I could open this photo directly from my hard drive into Photoshop using Photoshop's File Open command, but then my Photoshop edits wouldn't automatically show up back here in Lightroom. So instead, I'm going to use a Lightroom command, the Edit In command. I'll right-click the photo, or you can Control-click if necessary on your device, and I'll choose Edit In. Then I'll choose Edit in Adobe Photoshop. In the next dialog, I'll choose Edit a Copy with Lightroom Adjustments, because what I want to do is have a copy of this original photo taken over to Photoshop, and I want that copy to include the Lightroom adjustments that I just made, and these other options don't do that. By the way, if you're working with a RAW file, you won't see this dialog. Instead, your RAW file will be passed straight from Lightroom to Photoshop at this point, skipping this dialog box. But I'm working with a JPEG, a non-RAW file, and so I do see this dialog box. I'm going to click Edit. That switches me over to Photoshop and opens the file in Photoshop with all the adjustments that I made in Lightroom. Now let's remove the colt from this file. I'm going to try to use the Content-Aware Fill method to do this. I'll select one of the selection tools in the Tools panel. I'll go with the Lasso tool, which draws free-form selections. And then I'll move over, and I'll draw a selection around the colt, making sure to include a little of the surrounding area. Now I'll go to the Edit menu, and I'll choose Fill. And in the Fill dialog, I'll make sure that Contents is set to Content Aware, and I'll click OK. And the colt is magically gone from the scene and replaced with new content that matches the surrounding area. I'm done with the selection, so I'll go up to the Select menu and choose Deselect to remove the selection boundary. Now I'll save the image so that my Photoshop edits show up in a copy back in Lightroom. I'll go to the File menu in Photoshop and I'll choose Save. Take a look at the Document tab. Saving caused the file name to change in two ways. The word Edit was automatically added to the file name, and the file format is now TIFF, which is the default file format for images passed from Lightroom to Photoshop and back. Now I can close the saved image in Photoshop and return to Lightroom. In the film strip, there are now two copies of the photo. The selected version, which you see up here in the document window, is the TIFF copy that we just saved from Photoshop. It contains both the change that we made in Photoshop, the colt is gone, and the adjustments to tone and color that we made in Lightroom before passing the copy to Photoshop. Next to the TIFF copy in the film strip is another version. This is the original JPEG. It contains the adjustments that we made in Lightroom. You can see them over here in the Basic panel, but not the change that we made in Photoshop because we didn't pass the original to Photoshop. So that's the basic workflow for moving photos between Lightroom and Photoshop. You'll use the same workflow in the other videos in this series, each of which focuses on a different common situation in which you can take your photos further by taking them from Lightroom to Photoshop and back. Photoshop is unmatched when it comes to moving and removing items in a photo. So it's no surprise that those are among the most popular reasons for taking a photo from Lightroom to Photoshop for further editing, as we'll do in this video. Here I have a couple of photos in Lightroom to which I've already applied some basic photo adjustments. There's some content that I'd like to remove from this photo and move around in this photo. So with both of these photos selected, I'll right-click either one, and following the same workflow I showed you in the first video in this series, I'll choose Edit in Adobe Photoshop. In this dialog, I'll choose Edit a Copy with Lightroom Adjustments, and I'll click Edit. That launches Photoshop with both of those photos open here. I'm going to click on the Document tab for the first photo. In this photo, I'd like to try to remove some of these birds from the park. For that, I'm going to use a relatively simple content removal tool in Photoshop, the Spot Healing Brush tool. I'll move into the image, and with a brush tip that's just a little bit bigger than one of these birds, I'll click on the bird to remove it. I'll click on the shadow too, and I'll click on these other birds. I can also click and drag with this tool to remove multiple birds at once, and I'll take care of these birds as well. This tool does a great job of hiding content like this, but sometimes the spot removal tool may not be all you need. One of the benefits of removing content in Photoshop is that you have multiple tools to choose from. So let's try out one other tool. I'll go over to the Tools panel, I'll click on the Spot Healing Brush tool, and this time I'll choose the Patch tool. Up in the Options bar for the Patch tool, I'll make sure it's set to Content Aware. And then I'll move into the image, and with this tool I'm going to click and drag a boundary around the area that I want to remove. And I'm including a little of the grass inside this boundary as well, which is important to get the best result. When I get back to the beginning of my boundary and release my mouse, that creates a selection. I'll click and hold inside the selection, and I'll drag to another part of the image. And notice that as I do that, I can see inside the original selection what content is going to be used as a patch. I'll release my mouse, and Photoshop does its best to blend the resulting patch with the surrounding area. I don't need the selection anymore, so I'll go up to the Select menu and I'll choose Deselect. I'm done removing content here in Photoshop, so I want to save the photo so that it automatically appears in Lightroom. To do that, I'll go to the File menu and I'll just choose Save. As I explained in the first video in this series, that saves a copy of the file in the TIFF format with Edit appended to the file name. Now let's take a look at the other open image. Here, rather than remove content, I'd like to try to move some content. So I'm going to use a different tool. I'll go back over to the Patch tool, and from the same menu, I'll choose Content Aware Move tool. With this tool, I'll draw a boundary around the object that I want to move, this baby horse. And as I did with the Patch tool, I'm including a little bit of the surrounding grass inside of my boundary. When I get back to the beginning, that creates a selection. I'll click inside the selection and hold down, and I'm going to move the horse over and up a little bit, closer to his mother. Now, because I moved him up the hill, he really should be a bit smaller for perspective. So I'll click on one of the corner anchor points and drag in. And then I'll go up to the Options bar and click the check mark. And in just a moment, the horse is moved, and the area where he was is filled in with a matching patch. I don't need the selection, so I'll go to Select and Deselect. And I want to save this photo so that it appears in Lightroom too, so I'll choose File and Save. Returning to Lightroom, you can see that there are now 2 copies in Lightroom of each of the photos that we passed from Lightroom to Photoshop and saved back to Lightroom. Here's the original JPEG of the park photo with just my Lightroom adjustments, and over here is the TIFF copy of the same photo with both my Lightroom adjustments and my Photoshop edits. Now that you know how to use Photoshop and Lightroom together, you'll have all the benefits of Photoshop's amazing content-aware retouching tools, in addition to Lightroom's organizing, sharing, and editing capabilities at your fingertips. One of the most exciting things that you can do with your photos is to combine them. If you want to combine multiple photos into a blended composite that looks like it came straight from your camera, you'll need to use Photoshop. So in this video, I'll show you how to bring multiple photos from Lightroom into a single layered file in Photoshop and blend them together in Photoshop. Before I take the 2 photos that I have here in my film strip over to Photoshop to combine them, I went ahead and made some adjustments to this landscape photo in Lightroom's Develop module. You can see the difference those adjustments made if I press the / key on my keyboard to display a before and an after view. Now let's take this adjusted landscape photo and this photo of a moon from Lightroom into Photoshop. I'd like to do that in a way that automatically puts both photos into one file in Photoshop, because that will save me from having to combine images manually in Photoshop. So I'll select both photos in Lightroom. I have one selected already. I'll hold the Shift key and click on the other. And then I'll right-click either of the selected photos, and I'll choose Edit In. And this time, instead of choosing Edit in Adobe Photoshop, I'll use one of the extra options that are available in this part of the menu when you have multiple photos selected in Lightroom. And that's the Open as Layers in Photoshop option. And that switches me over to Photoshop, where there's one document open that includes both photos. If you take a look over at the Layers panel, you'll see that there are 2 layers in this file. The mountain photo is on the top layer, and the moon photo is on the bottom layer. I'd like to switch the order of these layers so that the moon layer is on top of the mountain layer. So I'll select the moon layer in the Layers panel, and then I'll click, hold, and drag on that layer until I see a border just above the mountain layer, and then I'll release my mouse. The moon is obviously too big for the other photo, so with the moon layer selected, I'll go up to the Edit menu, and I'll choose Free Transform. That adds this bounding box with anchor points around the moon photo. I'll hold down the Shift key to constrain proportions, and I'll click and drag inward from one of the corner anchor points to make the moon photo smaller. Now, I don't have to get this perfect because I can tweak it later. Then I'll click inside of this bounding box, and I'll drag to position the moon approximately where I think I'll want it. When I'm done, I'll click the check mark. Now here's where things get really exciting. I want to knock out that black background around the moon. The easiest way is to try to use layer blend modes. So with the moon layer selected in the Layers panel, I'll go up to the Blend Mode menu, the one labeled Normal to start, and I'll click there, and here I see a whole list of blend modes that I could apply to change the way the colors in the moon layer interact with the colors on the mountain layer below. Now, I could just select these one by one, but a faster way to try each one out on a photo is to do this. I'll click off the menu, and then I'll select the Move tool in the Tools panel, and I'll hold the Shift key down as I press the plus key on my keyboard. And as I do, you can see that this menu is changing as I cycle through each blend mode. And on the photo, you can see that each blend mode gives the photo a completely different look. I'd like to move back up the menu, so with the Shift key still selected, I'll press the minus key on my keyboard. And I think this blend mode is giving me the best result. And this happens to be the Lighten Blend mode. Now I want to tweak the size and position of the moon. So again, I'll go to the Edit menu, I'll choose Free Transform, I'll hold the Shift key, and I'll drag inward on one of the corner anchor points. Then I'll click inside the bounding box, and I'll move the moon into position, and I'll click the check mark. The next thing that I want to do is save this file so that it appears back in Lightroom. So I'll go to the File menu, and I'll choose Save. That saves this composite version of the image as a TIFF format file with Edit appended to the file name. I can close this image, and then let's return to Lightroom. Down in the film strip in the Develop module, you can see that I now have 3 photos. This is my original landscape photo with the adjustments that I added in Lightroom. Here's my original moon photo, and here is my composite. So the next time that you're feeling creative, try taking multiple photos from Lightroom to Photoshop to combine them into something new using the techniques that you learned here. Among the most exciting reasons to take your Lightroom photos over to Photoshop is to take advantage of Photoshop's unparalleled creative capabilities. Everything from layer styles to 3D effects to clipping masks to warping and so much more. Filters are just one example of the scores of creative features that you can apply to your photos in Photoshop. In this video, I'll walk you through passing a photo from Lightroom to Photoshop to apply the powerful Liquify filter. It's just one example of how Photoshop's filters can help you take your photos to the next level. Here I have a JPEG of a bird to which I've already applied some edits, but there are still some changes that I'd like to make, and for those I'm going to use the Liquify filter in Photoshop. So I'll right-click, and I'll choose Edit in Adobe Photoshop. I'll choose Edit a Copy with Lightroom Adjustments and click Edit. That opens the photo for editing in Photoshop. Here in Photoshop, I'll go up to the Filter menu, and I'll choose Liquify. That opens the large Liquify dialog. Over on the left are a series of tools specific to the Liquify filter. I mentioned that I'd like to try to widen the bird's eye, so I'm going to go for this tool, the Bloat tool. I'll move into the image, and I want my brush tip to be a little bit bigger than the bird's eye. If it isn't, you can resize your brush using the size slider over here, or you can use Photoshop's keyboard shortcuts for changing the size of a brush tip, pressing the right bracket key to enlarge a brush tip or the left bracket key to make a brush tip smaller. Now, to make the bird's eye a little bit wider, I'm going to click and hold for a second, and that puffs up the bird's eye. Let me do that again so you can see it. I'll click and hold, and the bird's eye puffs out. Now, I think that's too much, so I'm going to use another one of the Liquify tools, the Pucker tool, which has the opposite effect. I'll select the Pucker tool, I'll move into the image and I'll click and hold for a second, and the bird's eye looks just about right now. Let's take a look at another tool, the Forward Warp tool. I'm going to use this tool to push in this bump on the bird's head, just pushing that bit of content in. That looks a lot better. I'll go around the back of the bird and I'll do the same thing back here. Now this time I need a smaller brush tip, so I'll press the left bracket key a couple of times, and then I'll just push in. Now I'll click OK to close this dialog box, and I'll save this photo with my changes so it appears in Lightroom. I'll go to the File menu, I'll choose Save, and as we've seen throughout this series, the file format is now TIFF, and Edit has been appended to the file name. Let's go back to Lightroom to see the photo. In the film strip here in Lightroom's Develop module, you can see that I now have 2 copies of the photo. So again, there's the corrected version, and there's the original. Now, as I said, filters are just one example of the scores of creative features that you can apply to your photos in Photoshop. There are so many more creative possibilities available to you when you work with both Lightroom and Photoshop as a team. And Adobe's exciting creative mobile apps, Adobe Fix, Adobe Mix, and of course Lightroom Mobile, expand those possibilities even further. Adding text to a photo is a great way to personalize a photo. In this video, I'll show you how to bring a photo from Lightroom into Photoshop to add some text there. And we're going to add one more step to our typical Lightroom Photoshop workflow for this project. We'll learn how to return to Photoshop from Lightroom a second time to edit the text on our photo again. Before taking this photo over to Photoshop to add text, I'm going to add a preset to it here in Lightroom's Develop module. I'll go to the Presets panel here on the left side of the Develop module. As I hover over presets here, I can see a preview of each in the Navigator panel at the top of the column on the left. I like this preset, so I'll click on it to apply it to the photo. Next, I want to add some text, and that's something you can't do easily in Lightroom, so I'll bring the photo into Photoshop. I'll right-click on the photo, I'll choose Edit in Adobe Photoshop. And in this dialog, I'll choose the first option, Edit a Copy with Lightroom Adjustments. I'll click Edit. That switches me over to Photoshop with the file open and ready for editing. In the Tools panel, I'll select the Horizontal Type tool. I'll go up to the Options bar to choose a font, and if you're following along, you can choose any font you like, and a font size, and I'll leave the font color at its default of black. I'll move into the image and I'll type. At the end of the first line, I'll press Enter or Return on the keyboard to add a second line of type. Then I'll highlight the second line by clicking and dragging over it, so that I can change the font on that line. You can use any font that you like. I'll click the check mark in the Options bar when I'm finished working with the text. Over in the Layers panel, notice that Photoshop has made a new layer. This is a special type layer that's made automatically when you create text with a type tool. Now I'll come over to the Tools panel and I'll select the Move tool. I'll click and drag the text into place wherever I want it in the photo. Now I want to save this image with the type so that it appears in Lightroom. I'll go up to the File menu and I'll choose Save. That saves the photo in the TIFF format with Edit appended to the file name. Now, let's switch back to Lightroom to see the photo there. Here in Lightroom, take a look at the film strip at the bottom of the Develop module, and you'll see that I now have 2 photos. The one that's selected is the TIFF that I saved from Photoshop, and it contains the text that I added in Photoshop. Next to it in the film strip is the JPEG that I started with, to which I added this split tone before taking a copy of the photo over to Photoshop. I'm going to select the TIFF in the film strip, the one with the text, and what I'd like to do is to take this photo back over to Photoshop for another round of editing there, because I've changed my mind about the text. I'd rather it be white than black. To return the photo to Photoshop again, I'll right-click, I'll choose Edit in Adobe Photoshop. In the dialog that opens, this time I'll choose Edit Original. This is the best choice to make when you have a file that has layers in Photoshop and you want to access those layers back in Photoshop. By contrast, if I chose Edit a Copy with Lightroom Adjustments, I would have just a flattened copy to work with in Photoshop. So I'll choose Edit Original. By the way, Edit a Copy does the same thing as Edit Original, except that it would give me one more copy of this file in Lightroom, which I don't really need in this case. And I'll click Edit. And notice that in the Layers panel, I do have both layers available to work on. I'd like to change the color of this text, so I'll go back over to the Tools panel, and I'll select the Horizontal Type tool. I'm going to click just to the right of the last letter in the second line and drag over the second line of text. Then I'll go up to the Options bar, and I'll click on the color field there. I'll click on White in the color picker that opens, and I'll click OK. Now you can't tell that the second line of text is white now because of the highlight over it, but you will be able to see that as soon as I click the check mark up here in the Options bar to commit that text edit. Now I'll save the file again by going to the File menu and choosing Save. Now let's switch back to Lightroom again. Here in Lightroom, we can see the TIFF that I re-edited in Photoshop, and as you can see, the color of the text on the second line has been changed. So now you know not only how to add text to a photo and edit it in Photoshop, but also how to move an image between Lightroom and Photoshop more than one time. By the way, you can use the Edit Original option to re-edit not only type layers in Photoshop, but any layers that you add to a photo in Photoshop during a Lightroom Photoshop workflow.
Making a selection is easier, faster, and more precise than ever in the new Select and Mask space you'll find in the latest version of Photoshop CC. In this example, we'll hide the background of the top layer to reveal the content in the layer below. I can start by choosing any selection tool in my toolbar, and then click the Select and Mask button in the Options bar above, or even without a selection active, I can come to the Select menu and choose Select and Mask. This will open the Select and Mask space where you'll find the tools you need for making and refining selections all in one space. We'll start with the Quick Selection tool in the upper left here. I'll paint over the areas that I'd like to keep. As I do, you'll see them come into full view, giving us a new way to visualize our selections that we've never had before. That's due to a view called Onion Skin Mode. On the right side of my screen, I can move up the transparency slider to preview my end results. Move it all the way down to see a full view of the layer, or move it somewhere in between to get a mix of the two. Then I can choose the Refine Edge brush and paint over the areas where the foreground subject is mixed with the layer beneath. In doing so, I'm giving Photoshop control over the area where I'm painting, and that should give me a better looking end result. At this point, I might want to change the view. We've been in onion skin mode, now let's choose Overlay, where this red overlay indicates the areas that will be hidden when we're done, and those will be the areas that will be masked. We can fine-tune our end results using any of the selection tools found on the left side of your screen. You'll even find a brush tool where you can add to or take away from the mask that's being created, and paint on the image to fine-tune it. I'll change the view back to onion skin, and then bring the transparency all the way up to get a good look at our end result. If you wanted to further fine-tune this, you could go to the Global Refinements area where you'll find multiple sliders designed to enhance the end result. Or in this case, I find that the edges of the hair have a different color area attached to them. It doesn't quite match the background. So I'll go to Output Settings where I'll find a checkbox called Decontaminate Colors. This will shift the color of the semi-transparent areas to make them better match the background. Finally, I can choose what kind of output I'd like from this menu. A few of the choices won't be available when I select Decontaminate Colors, but I'm going to choose to create a new layer with a layer mask so that when I click OK, I'll maintain my original layer here. Above it will be a copy that has had the color shifted and a mask to remove the background, revealing the layer below. Here's an example using the masked image composited with another image. The Select and Mask space is great for making accurate selections for combining images to use in your photographs and designs. Give it a try today.
An adjustment inside of Photoshop allows you to apply color and tonal transformations to an image. There's a couple different ways that you can apply adjustments inside of Photoshop. The first option is to come up to the Image menu, and under the Image menu, you can choose Adjustments. And you'll notice here, we have several different types of adjustments that we can apply. However, the best bet, honestly, is to come over to the Adjustments panel. If you don't see the Adjustments panel, all you have to do is come up to the Window menu, and under the Window menu, you can choose Adjustments. So the Adjustments panel will allow you to create an adjustment, but all that adjustment information is stored on a layer. By storing it on a layer, you preserve all the original pixel information of the image. Additionally, you always have the ability to come back and make modifications to the adjustment or turn off the adjustment completely. So for this example, what we're going to do is just click this button right here, which is the black and white adjustment. What's nice about these little icons, if they don't make sense to you, you'll notice a label appears in the top left corner of the panel. In this case, we do want to apply the black and white adjustment, so when you click it, it's applied through a layer, and you'll notice that the Properties panel opens. This Properties panel gives you the ability to make modifications to the adjustment, so you get the exact look that you're aiming for. For example, maybe you want a higher contrast black and white image. This building right here is red, so if we want this red building to appear darker, all we have to do is drag the reds slider to the left, and you'll notice all the red values within the image become darker. Because the adjustment layer is applied through a mask, you have the ability to control where this adjustment is actually applied to the layer underneath it. We know that white will show the adjustment in this case. If we paint with black, it will begin to hide the adjustment. So let's go ahead and take a look at how we can bring some of the color back within this image. What I want you to do is come over and choose the rectangular marquee selection tool and simply drag a rectangle around this building. When you do that, you want to fill it with black. You want to make sure that black is the background color. If that's the case, you can simply press the Delete or Backspace key on your keyboard, and you'll notice the color in this building is brought back into focus. I'm going to go ahead and deselect this. Now, there are some problems. I've reintroduced color with this tree and some of the leaves here, but that's not a problem. All you have to do is come over and choose the brush tool, and with the brush tool, you want to paint with white. In this case, I have a fairly large brush size, and in the interest of time, I'm going to create some pretty broad brush strokes to get rid of the color within this tree. In a real-world situation, you'd probably zoom into this and be a little bit more careful, but for right now, just to give you an idea as to what you can accomplish, I'm just going to paint over this tree, and you'll notice I'm desaturating the color values. And I can do the same over here. Remember, you can control the size of your brush by using the left bracket and right bracket keys on your keyboard. Now, if you paint with the opposite color, in this case, if you paint with black, and I can swap these colors by pressing X on the keyboard, so the background color is now the foreground color, I can start painting the side of the building. And by painting the side of the building, I'm reintroducing the color. So the adjustment layers inside of Photoshop give you the ability to apply color and tonal transformations to your images without harming the original pixel information. And because it's a layer, you can change the stacking order, you can turn the visibility on and off, and you can even come back and make modifications to the adjustment by clicking on this icon.
In this video, I'm going to show you how you can easily stitch together photos into a panorama using Photoshop's Photo Merge feature. I love how this process allows me to create wider and taller images than my camera can capture, as well as very high resolution images that I can print large. I'm starting here in Adobe Bridge. I'll also tell you how to start from within Lightroom and from within Photoshop. I'll merge these 7 photos of the mining pit in Butte, Montana. Notice that there's substantial overlap of content in the photos. As you're photographing, I recommend you overlap your frames 25 to 40%. Also, stand in one spot as you take your photos. Keep the focal length of your lens constant, meaning don't zoom in or out in between photos, and do your best to keep the camera level. A tripod makes this easier, but it's not required. I'll select my photos here in Bridge by clicking on the first and then holding the Shift key down as I click on the last. Next, I'll go to Tools, Photoshop, Photo Merge. Note that if you're working from Lightroom rather than Bridge, select your photos, right-click in one of them and choose Edit In, and then merge to panorama in Photoshop. If you're working instead from inside Photoshop, you can go to File, Automate, Photo Merge. All three options pass the files into this Photo Merge dialog, and you can see my files listed here. The first thing we'll do is choose a layout option. These are different approaches to aligning and distorting the photos to seamlessly fit them together. If you have a center subject in your scene and the scene is relatively flat, like a building, as you turn your camera to capture the side frames in your panorama, your camera is at an angle to your subject. The perspective option corrects your side photos for this perspective distortion. On the other hand, if your scene doesn't have a center subject or it wraps around you all or part of the way, then this correction isn't needed and cylindrical is a better option. Spherical maps the photos into a sphere and is often best for 360-degree panoramas. If it's not clear to me which option to use, I'll often choose Auto and let Photo Merge analyze my photos and choose the best method from these top three. If I don't like the results, I'll experiment with the others. Now, collage and reposition won't stretch or distort your photos, so you most likely won't get a seamless result. They're intended for creative collages. In this case, I'll choose cylindrical. I'll choose to blend the images together so that I don't see harsh edges between the photos. If I'm photographing with a wide-angle lens that darkens the corners of my photos, I'll remove these vignettes, and I'll also correct for any lens distortion. If in doubt, I would check these boxes. I'll hit OK and let Photo Merge get started. Now you can merge a single vertical or horizontal strip of photos as I have here, or you can merge a whole matrix of photos. How many photos you can merge will be dependent on how large your files are and how much memory your computer has. In the Layers panel, each photo is being put on its own layer and then aligned and distorted as needed and then blended together. And as you can see, this really works amazingly well. I'm always impressed by this tool. Now I'm going to turn on each layer individually to show you what we're actually using from each photo. I'll Alt or Option click on the top layer eyeball here so that the others are turned off. So of this left photo, this is what we're actually using. This is determined by the layer mask that Photoshop built. Whatever's black on the mask is turned off and whatever's white is turned on. Next, I'll Alt or Option click on the next one and I'll continue down through the layers. Finally, I'll Alt or Option click again to turn them all back on. To see why these layer masks have been built, I'll disable this top one temporarily by shift-clicking on it. Notice that we see the entire left-hand photo sitting on top of the next one. There's a harsh edge because one is slightly darker than the other. By choosing the blending option in the Photo Merge dialog, Photoshop has determined where to make the split so that we can't see any fall off. I'll turn the layer mask back on by shift-clicking on it, but watch over here on the photo as that edge magically melts away. I want to give you a few more tips for photographing panoramas so that yours blend together as well as this one does. It's important to use manual focus rather than autofocus so that what you're focusing on doesn't shift between shots. Similarly, keep your depth of field or aperture constant as well as your exposure if possible. Shoot in manual exposure mode if you can. If not, use aperture priority. Finally, so that your white balance doesn't shift between shots, don't use auto white balance mode. Okay, to finish this image, I'll crop in on the top and sides, and then so that I have as much water as possible, I'll fill in this bottom gap with more water. I'll grab the crop tool, and then I'll click and drag in from the edges, and then I'll click on the check mark to complete the crop. Now my plan is to use Content Aware Fill to fill in the water. I need to work on all of the layers together, so I'll flatten them into one layer by going to Layer, Flatten Image. Next, I'll select this gap by using the Magic Wand tool. I'll click in the gap, and we can see the selection made here. For Content Aware Fill, I need to expand the selection just a little bit into the water. So I'll go up to Select, Modify, Expand, and I'll expand by 5 pixels. I'll say OK, and now I'm ready to use Content Aware Fill. I'll go up to Edit, Fill, and from the drop down here, I'll choose Content Aware, and I'll say OK. Photoshop analyzes the surrounding area and fills in the selection to match it. If I deselect this area by going up to Select, Deselect, you can see that again, it's done a wonderful job. After creating a panorama, I would then continue to develop it. For example, I'd brighten the left side of this image. I could do it here in Photoshop, or I could save this and go to Lightroom to complete the work. Okay, I hope you've enjoyed this video on using PhotoMerge to easily create panoramas.
In this tutorial, we'll show you how easy it is to create HDR images using Lightroom and Photoshop. In the visible world, the dynamic range, which is the ratio between the dark and bright regions, far exceeds the range of human vision and of images that can be displayed on a monitor or printed. HDR images, high dynamic range images, opens up a world of possibilities because they can represent the dynamic range of the visible world. Photoshop's Merge to HDR Pro command combines multiple photographs captured at different exposures into an HDR image. The merged images are contained in a 32-bit file. This bit depth is necessary to contain all the image information. Because the dynamic range of HDR images far exceeds what can be displayed on a standard monitor, you need to adjust the toning to determine how the image is displayed on your monitor. We will be using the controls in Lightroom to do the toning to create a photorealistic looking image. Here are 3 images captured at different exposures. When you photograph your images, it's recommended you secure your camera on a tripod and set the controls to manual. You don't want the focus or depth of field to shift when capturing the images. Keep the aperture constant and change only the shutter speed. Now, some cameras have an automatic bracketing feature. If you use such a feature, make sure your camera is set to aperture priority so the camera only varies the shutter speed. In Lightroom, select the images you want to use. As an option, you can switch to the Develop module and under Lens Corrections, select Enable Profile Corrections and Remove Chromatic Aberration. Returning to the Library module, we right-click the selected photos and choose Edit in, Merge to HDR Pro in Photoshop. In the Merge to HDR Pro dialog box, we see a preview and the thumbnails of the images you're merging. In the upper right area of the dialog box, be sure to choose 32-bit from the Mode menu. And since we're going to do the toning in Lightroom, make sure the Complete Toning in Adobe Camera Raw option is deselected. If there were moving objects in the images you photographed, ghosting can occur when merging them. So you want to select the Remove Ghosts option. After selecting this option, you'll notice that one of the thumbnails has been highlighted. This is the image that Photoshop is using as a source for the alignment. If you don't like the alignment, you can always select a different source by clicking a thumbnail. I think the alignment is fine. Now I'll click OK. Photoshop generates the 32-bit HDR image. Save the file and then close Photoshop. Returning to Lightroom, you'll notice that the 32-bit HDR image has been added to the library. Now you can use the controls in the Develop module to make adjustments. First, we'll adjust the exposure. Then lighten the shadows to bring out the details in the rocks. And let's bring down the highlights a bit to restore some of the details in the clouds. Now I'll increase the clarity to heighten the mid-tone contrast and make the sky more dramatic. Let's make the colors more saturated by increasing the vibrancy. That looks pretty good. I'd like to bring out the sunset a bit more, so I'll use the orange slider in the HSL controls. Now, when merging multiple photos to a 32-bit HDR image, the image can sometimes get noisy. You can reduce the noise and add sharpening using the controls in the Detail tab of the Develop module. Keep in mind you can even convert the image to a grayscale by clicking black and white. For this tutorial, we'll stay with a color image. And there you have it. creating a photorealistic HDR image by using the controls in Adobe Photoshop Lightroom.
Welcome everyone. In this video, I'll talk about using Camera Raw as a filter in Photoshop, why you would do so, and how. When you open a RAW file, it automatically opens in Camera Raw because RAW files have to be processed through it before we can work with them in Photoshop. However, there are so many powerful editing tools in Camera Raw that it's beneficial to use it not just for RAW files, but also JPEGs and other photo files. Furthermore, we can do so at any point in our workflow, not just when we first open the file. We'll use Camera Raw as a filter anytime our document is already open in Photoshop. In this postcard project I'm working on, I've decided that I want to intensify the colors in the photo and draw even more attention to the horse by darkening the surrounding area. Camera Raw has the tools to do this easily, but I've already added text in a border, so I don't want to have to throw this work away and go back to my original RAW file. Instead, I'll use the Camera Raw filter. With the photo layer selected, I could immediately go to Filter, Camera Raw Filter, and do my work. I'll just bump up saturation really quickly for a moment, and I'll hit OK. But once I do this, my changes are baked into the photo, so I can't easily undo them if I change my mind as I continue working here. I'll go to Edit, Undo to undo this work, so I can show you a better non-destructive way. I'll first convert this photo layer to a smart object by right-clicking or control-clicking if you have a one-button mouse on the layer name rather than on the photo thumbnail, and choosing Convert to Smart Object. Now with this photo layer selected, I'll go to Filter, Camera Raw Filter. Notice that I'm just working on the photo layer, not the entire document, so we don't see the text and border. I'll start by increasing saturation and vibrance to intensify colors in the photo. Next, to darken the area surrounding the horse, I'll use the radial filter tool. I'll click on it, and then I'll specify negative exposure for darkening. Notice that nothing is happening in the photo at this point because I'm saying what, but I haven't yet said where. Now I'll click and drag from the center of the area that I want to affect. Now that I can see the exposure change, I can adjust the amount to taste. Notice down at the bottom here that I'm choosing for the darkening to happen not inside the filter, but rather outside. I can adjust the feathering to make it fade out subtly on the edges. Finally, I really don't want to darken this line of sunlight, so I'm going to use a really cool feature to subtract it from what the filter is darkening. I'll click on Brush, make sure it's set to Subtract, adjust my brush size, and I'll just paint away that line of light. If I click on the mask box, you can see now exactly what's being darkened, just what's red on the mask. I'll turn the mask off again, and I'll click on this slider icon so you can see before, and then I'll click on it again so you can see after. Notice that by toggling before and after, my filter is no longer active. If I want to adjust it further, I need to click on the pin to activate it. I'm happy with it at this point though, so I'll hit OK. Back here in the Layers panel, we now have a smart filter because we converted the layer to a smart object. At any time, I can turn off the work I did with the Camera Raw filter by clicking on the eye. I could also drag the filter to the trash to delete it. And most importantly, I can double-click on it to get right back into Camera Raw where I can modify any of the work I've done. So let's go back into the radial filter, click on the pin for the filter that I drew to activate it, and adjust the exposure just a little bit more. Now I'll hit OK again. You can run the Camera Raw filter on any pixel or image layer in your document. So if, for example, you have multiple layers that you're creating a composite with, you could adjust each one individually using a Camera Raw filter. Now one thing to keep in mind is that smart objects will increase the size of your file because Photoshop is embedding a copy of the original unedited photo layer within your document. This is why you can always undo your work. If file size is a concern for you and you're confident you won't need to undo or change your work, you can right-click on the name of your layer and choose Rasterize Layer to convert it to a regular image layer. I hope you've enjoyed this video on using Camera Raw as a filter, and I encourage you to watch more of these tutorials.
Adobe Photoshop Fix gives your iPad and iPhone retouching capabilities normally found only in the desktop version of Photoshop. Once you sign in with your Adobe ID, you can open images from Facebook, your Camera Roll, Creative Cloud account, Dropbox, or Lightroom Mobile. I want to touch up this large ice cave image. FaceAware Liquify recognizes specific facial features. I can tap an area of the face, such as the jaw, nose, or eyes, and tap on the option for the adjustment I want to make. Then I can drag the control to make subtle warping and corrections to give him more character and expression with a few small adjustments. Here's the before and after. Clicking the checkmark in the lower right commits these changes. Healing often requires getting in very close and working in fine detail. Tapping cleans up minor blemishes like this lens dust, and Photoshop Fix keeps track of where I've tapped so I'm not slowed down while it works in the background. I can brush over irregular shapes and use the clone stamp and patch tools to make more complex healing corrections. These adjustments are non-destructive, so I can reopen my project later on to pick up where I left off. I can also use Photoshop Fix like a retouching sketchbook, making changes on my iPad to show where I might need to do more work. Contrast and depth are added with the Light tool. The brush size is relative to your actual screen instead of the image itself. That means while I'm zoomed out, I can work on the cave and other large features, refining the whole picture. Zooming in lets me work on medium-sized features without having to change the brush. Here I'll darken the beard and lighten the eyes. The brush does have both size and opacity controls, so I'm not limited to only one workflow. Structure is essentially a local contrast adjustment, which is great for quickly adding impact. Tapping the Structure button adds more contrast, and I can tap the Undo button if I need to back off from the adjustment. Once I'm done, Photoshop Fix lets me save the file locally as a project or publish to social media sites like Facebook, Instagram, and my Behance account. But I can also save the layered project file to my Creative Cloud account, and from there I can open up the file in Photoshop and take advantage of all the power on my desktop system. So that's Adobe Photoshop Fix. It's available now for both the iPhone and iPad from the Apple App Store.
In this lesson, I want to share something with you that's near and dear to my heart in Photoshop, but I also think is a bit of a game changer when it comes to working with images inside of Photoshop. Linking smart objects. Now, as a test, go right up to the word File on the pull-down menu, and you should see Place Embedded, Place Linked, and Package. Now, if you don't see all three of those, go out to the Creative Cloud site and download the latest version of Photoshop. What's the difference between embedding and linking? That's a good question. When you embed an image into Photoshop, into a layer, you're saying to Photoshop, give me a copy of it. And you know what? When you're done, throw the original away. I don't need it anymore. When you link, you're saying to Photoshop, keep an eye on the original for me. And if anybody changes the original, I want to see the changes reflected in this document or documents. So the obvious advantage here is, say you're working with multiple designers, working on the same project. You're sharing those assets. Designers are making changes. The changes are reflecting instantaneously inside of the documents, and you're saving time, but you're also being consistent. Now, here's my example for you. Got a poster, The Wild Leaves. They're going on tour, and they're going to be in 5 cities for 10 days. So we need 5 different posters. Now, I only have 2. But if you can do this twice, you can do it 100 times. And if I come over here, you can see this one and this one. Now notice there are things that are the same, like the logo, information down here, the footer. But there are some things also that are different. The things that are the same, if you're working smart, should be linked. Actually, I already have some of this set up to save time, but I will take you through the procedure. Let's go into footer, common bottom bar is a linked smart object, and how do I know that? Now look right down here. See that icon? That is all I need to see. I know this is a linked smart object. Now if you don't have it open, I'm going to come up here and open up my properties. And if you don't see it, go to the word window, you'll find it. When I select this layer, properties lights up. I have an edit content button right here. Remember what linking is. Linking is linking to a physical file somewhere. If I click Edit Content, I am literally opening up that file. See right up here. Now what I'm going to do is add something. So we're going to go into File, this is how you do it, and go into Place Linked. Now what I want is the PlayFest logo right there. And I'm going to place it. And yes, if you're thinking this, I am placing a linked document inside of a linked document. That's kind of interesting, but it does work. Come down here, make that a little bit bigger. Double click. And I've got my Move tool selected, so I'm just going to drag it over real quick, just like that. I can get nice and pretty and fancy by using my up and down arrow keys if I so choose. I'm happy with that. I put it on the footer. The footer is a linked smart object. I'm going to close this one out. We're going to say Save, of course, and watch what happens. There it is. There it is on that one. Total control. It's changed based on the linked original. That's where the power is. Now you'll notice I do have one up here too, and that's the same one. If I come over here into PlayFest logo, you will notice there it is, and that too is linked. So they're all connected together. Let's say marketing comes in and decides they want a change of color on one of these, or actually on all of them because it's a logo. We can do it a couple of ways. But say we come back over into this one right here. We go into Footer, we select it, and we go back into Edit. Now understand you could do it from the other one that was at the top because they're all the same thing. If I select this here by coming over here, there it is, PlayFest logo, and go into Edit Content, let me pull this back for a second. They want the letter F the same color as the letter S. Now I know the numbers for those colors, so I'm going to double click on the F right over here and change these to 240. I'm using the Tab key to get to the next field, which makes it easier. And I'm going to go 100, and I'm going to go 30, just like that, and click OK. That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to save it. And there it is. Now let's go ahead and save this one. Check it out. This one's changed. This one's changed. This one's changed down here because they are all the same file. PlayFest, it could be in a million places, but it's the one file that controls and reflects what we see inside of Photoshop. That's why this is so powerful. Now, we've had an advantage in one respect. We've had the documents open. But what if you had 50 or 60 documents that was using the same image or asset? You wouldn't have them all open, would you? So let me show you a different way to kind of look at this. Let me go ahead and save this one. And let's go ahead and save this one too. And I'm going to close this one. So that one's not open, but they both have a share on Wild Leaves. Let me close this up. I'm going to go into Band Logo right here. And that again is linked. So I'm going to select it, open up my properties, and say Edit Contents. Let's take the word Wild, and let's change it to that same color that I changed the letter F to. And let's go ahead and double click here. Okay, let's come over here, type in 240, tab 100, tab 30. Click OK. Let's go into our FX button down here, and let's put a stroke on the word Wild, just something small, like about 3. Let's see what that looks like. That's not too bad. And let's go ahead and put that on the inside. Click OK. Save it. Now, it's reflected here, isn't it? But let me go ahead and open up the other one. Now I'm going to drag it over from my other screen. See, this one didn't change because it wasn't open. If it's open, it's automatic. It's going to change it. If it's not open, it's going to ask you, do you want to change it? So if I come down here, you can see the word changed 1. So it's giving me a visual that something needs changing. But if we come back over here and we go ahead and close Footer and we get into Band Logo, you can see down here that the logo has changed to a warning indicating that it is modified. 1 is changed. Oh, incidentally, the reason I've got missing 0 and changed 1 down here is because I've chosen Smart Objects right there. Very easy to do. Come up to the word layer, go down to Smart Objects, and just say basically Update. There you go. Now let's look at one more thing here. Let me go back to this one. Let me go ahead and close some stuff down and open some others. Notice the icon right here. That is an embedded smart object. Now, if I select it, it says up here embedded, not linked. But if I say Edit Contents, it functions a lot like a linked smart object. It's got layers. Could put it into a black and white mode if we want to. Save it, take it back, it's going to work. But the difference is because it's embedded, it only works in this one document. If I have this particular image embedded in 15 documents and I make a change to this one, it's not going to change the other 15. And you make a decision that, oh man, I should have done that because it's going to be so much easier if they're linked as opposed to embedded. What do? Let's get out of here and let's save it. And if I turn off the overlays here, you can see it did indeed turn it into grayscale. Is it possible to convert something to linked? And yes, it is. You have a button right here, convert to linked. Now, it first has to be a smart object. But if I click this button, it will say, what do you want to name it? And where do you want to put it? And if I name it the same name as the layer, it will save it. I can then use that document and go in link in other documents, and then changing that one would change them all. Conversely, if you have something linked, you could later on embed it if you want to do that too. But the control that you have when you're working with these smart objects is absolutely amazing. Now, there is one more thing to consider. If we move this document, or if we move the files that they're associated with, it's possible you might see missing down here has a 1 or a 2. So in other words, if I go into the original folder where the links are and pull them out, well, it won't have access to them anymore. If that happens, no big deal. But if that happens, go up to the word layer on the pull-down menu and go down to Smart Objects and choose Resolve Broken Link. Now that means you're going to have to find where the original is. That's up to you. One more thing. If you go up to the word File, we have a package option here. Well, you're going to move this. It's going into post-production. It's going to be printed. Are you sure you have all the files and everything necessary for them to make this work? Package. You click it. It will ask you where you want to put it. The name will be the name of the document. You will have a folder, and inside that folder will be everything necessary to make this work. It's pretty cool. It's a new feature. Let's get out of here. Linked smart objects, to me, are an amazing feature. They can really help you get more efficient, but they can guarantee consistency at the same time. So don't forget you've got them. Don't forget to check out some of our other great learning resources on the Creative Cloud site. I'll be seeing you around.
Photoshop has a great new way of selecting areas of an image based on focus or depth of field. As we can see in this image, the cactus is in focus, but the background is not. Now, we could try other methods. So, for example, I could select Quick Select, but you'll notice that when I drag the Quick Select cursor around underneath the cactus, it actually selects too much, and it ends up selecting the entire document because there aren't very many tonal or color values between the green and the blue. So instead, this image would be perfect for using the Select menu and then Focus Area. Photoshop will automatically analyze the image based on what it thinks is in focus and what's out of focus, and then return that to me as a mask. Now, we can change the parameters manually here in order to control what we tell Photoshop is in focus or not in focus, but the best results I find are with the auto button turned on. Then, if I want to refine it, I can either use the Add to or Subtract from brush. Then, just clicking in any of the areas that I want to remove, and then Photoshop will go ahead and remove those areas. So here, I'm just clicking in any of the blue areas that I still see, and Photoshop returns a very good mask. I can also hold down the Option key to toggle back and forth between the brushes if I want to include an area that shouldn't have been removed. Now, depending on what kind of selection you're after, you can either get a binary, a very hard edge selection if you turn off the soft edge option, or we can enable that. In fact, if you want to refine your selection further, you can always choose Refine Edge and use any of the tools in that feature. But for now, let's click OK. You can see the selection that Photoshop returns, and then we could go ahead and make whatever kind of enhancements we wanted. For example, I might add a hue saturation adjustment layer and maybe change the hue or maybe desaturate. Although you'll notice that it's actually desaturating the cactus, so on my Properties panel, I'll click on the mask icon and then choose to invert the mask so that the background's desaturated while the cactus stays saturated. So there you have it, an easy way to select isolated portions of your image for further editing in Photoshop CC.
In this series of short videos, we'll explore how to use Photoshop compositing techniques to create a multi-layered image of a dreamlike ocean scene. We'll be using layers, layer masks, smart objects, and blending techniques to build this composite from the ground up. The first step in creating a composite is to add a new image. I already have a couple of images open in Photoshop, and I want to add a more colorful sky to the shot of the pier. I'll go over to a photo of the sunset sky, and I'll select the entire image. Then I'll copy that and go back over to the main image of the pier and paste, which adds the sunset sky as a new layer. In the Layers panel, I'll double-click on the layer name and rename it Sunset Sky. I want to be able to see both the new sky layer and the background image at the same time. So I'll get the Move tool in the Tools panel, then click Opacity at the top of the Layers panel, and lower the opacity of the sunset layer. I'll move the new sky layer up until the horizon line on that layer is just a bit below the horizon line on the underlying pier image. Then I'll set the layer opacity slider back to 100%. Next, I want to hide the lower part of the sunset sky layer so that we can see the pier and the ocean in the background image. I'll do that with a layer mask, which is a tool that you'll use often in your own composites. I'll click the Add Layer Mask button at the bottom of the Layers panel to add a layer mask to the active layer. I'll choose the Gradient tool in the Tools panel, and in the Options bar for this tool, I'll open the Gradient Picker, and I'll choose the third gradient swatch from the left, which is a black to white gradient. I'll leave the rest of the options set to the defaults. With the Gradient tool, I'll click right at the horizon of the sunset sky layer and drag upwards just a bit. When I release the mouse, the gradient is added to the layer mask, creating a convincing blend for the new sky. To understand how a layer mask works, notice the gradient on the layer mask thumbnail. The black part of the gradient is hiding the sunset sky layer so that you can see down through that area to the image of the pier below, and the white part of the gradient shows the sunset sky layer. The Gradient tool created shades of gray in between black and white, which creates a gradual transition from the pier image to the sunset sky. Next, we'll add an element to the pier that will enhance the story of this image. This time I'll use another method to add an image, File Place. This method creates a Smart Object layer which will allow me to resize and reshape the new image multiple times without compromising its quality. To do this, I'll choose File, Place Embedded. In my folder of source images, I'll choose north.jpg and click Place. The file is added with a bounding box around it, which you can use to scale or transform the layer if needed. First, I'll go to the Layers panel, and I'll change the blending mode of the layer to Overlay, since that's what we'll use to blend this image into the pier. To scale the image smaller, I'll hold down Shift and drag inward on the handle in the upper right corner. The Shift key preserves the proportions of the original photo. If I add in the Option or Alt key, it will transform from the center point. There, that looks about right. I'll click the check mark in the Options bar to apply that transformation. This symbol on the New Place layer means that this is a smart object. You can resize and transform a smart object as many times as you like without harming the image. Next, I'll apply some perspective transformations to this layer. I'll choose Edit, Transform, Distort. And I'll drag on the top right corner handle and place it close to the top right corner of the pier. I'll do the same with the top left corner handle. I'll work with some of the other handles to fine-tune the transformation so it looks as if this element is really part of the pier. To apply the transformation, I'll click the checkmark button in the Options bar. There are still some edges showing on the north layer, so I'll hide them using another layer mask. I'll click the Add Layer Mask button at the bottom of the Layers panel, and then I'll get the Brush tool. I'll press X to exchange my colors so that black is in the foreground color swatch. And then I'll paint with black on the layer mask to hide the obvious edges of the north layer. Now you know some of the basic steps for creating a composite: how to add images, transform an added image, and use layer masks and blend modes to blend them together. Now it's time to add one of the central elements of the composite, using selections and layer masks to blend it into the scene. I'll choose File, Place Embedded, and I'll choose the door.jpg file, and then click Place. In the Layers panel, I'll lower the opacity a bit so I can see through the door when I resize it. I'll hold down Shift and drag inward on a corner handle to scale it smaller. I'll then click the check mark to apply the transformation. Next, I'll position the door so that the top of the door handle is just under the horizon. I'll drag on the door to position it so it's centered in relation to the far edge of the pier. Then I'll return the layer opacity back to 100%. I want to hide the red bricks so we just see the white areas of the column and the arched entryway. I'll use the Quick Selection tool to make a selection of the red brick areas. I'll click on the bricks with the tool and then continue to click and drag over additional areas to add them to the selection. I added a bit too much to the selection here, so I'll Option or Alt drag over that part to subtract it from the selection. Next, I'll tap on the left bracket key a few times to make my brush size smaller, and I'll click in the narrow area between the columns and the arched entryway. I'll continue clicking on these inner bricks to add them to the selection. Next, I'll add a layer mask that hides the selected area. To do this, I'll hold the Option or Alt key as I click on the Add Layer Mask button at the bottom of the Layers panel. This automatically fills the selected area of the mask with black. Now I need to hide the actual door. I'll switch to the rectangular marquee tool, and I'll double check that there's no feather value applied in the options bar. I'll position my cursor at the top left corner of the door and drag diagonally down to the right to define a selection of the door that overlaps just a bit onto the white areas. With my selection tool still active, I can click inside the selection and move it upwards. If I press the Shift key after I start dragging the selection, it will constrain the motion vertically. I want to move this selection up to the point where the arch above begins to noticeably curve inward. Next, I need to add on to my current selection to include the arched window. I'll switch to the elliptical marquee tool. I'll select the Add To selection icon in the options bar to tell Photoshop to add to the current selection. I'll click near the upper left part of the arch window and drag out an elliptical selection. As I make the ellipse larger, I can temporarily interrupt the selection by pressing the space bar while still holding the mouse button down. This allows me to drag to reposition the selection and align it so it fits better to the actual shape of the arch. I'll release the spacebar with my mouse still held down to return to dragging out the selection. There, that looks pretty good. I'll release the mouse button to finish the selection. I can use this selection to add black to the layer mask and hide the selected areas. In the Layers panel, I'll click on the layer mask thumbnail for the door layer to make sure that it's active. Black is currently my foreground color, so I'll use the shortcut of Option Delete on Mac or Alt Backspace on Windows to fill the selection with black. If you look at the layer mask thumbnail, you can see that this area has been filled with black, which hides that part of the door layer. I don't need the selection anymore, so I'll choose Select, Deselect. Now I need to mask out the bottom part of the door below the horizon. I'll switch to the Brush tool. I'll click on the Brush menu in the options bar to set the hardness to about 50%. I'll keep the brush size fairly large. I'll position my brush on the left side of the door with the top edge of the circular brush cursor right on the horizon. I'll click once and release the mouse button. Then move the brush cursor to the right side of the door, position the top edge of the brush on the horizon line, and shift-click to draw a straight line between the two clicks. Now I'll quickly brush over the rest of the door down below to mask it out. Using selections and the brush tool, as I've done here, are common ways to modify layer masks so that they reveal only the areas you want to see on a layer. With the addition of the doorway in the distance, Our composite is now well on the way to becoming a more fantastical scene. Let's add some new elements to make it even more dreamlike and surreal. Along the way, we'll explore some more layer masking and use the Blend If sliders for a masking effect. I'll choose File, Place Embedded, select the Clouds for Pier.jpg file, and then click Place. I'll lower the opacity a bit so I can see the clouds in relation to the underlying layers. I'll drag the layer down a bit until the center pillar of clouds is arranged within the arched opening of the doorway. I'll press Enter or click the checkmark button in the options bar to place the layer. Then I'll return the layer opacity to 100%. I only want some of the clouds to show up around the pier, and a layer mask will allow me to create this effect. I'll start with a layer mask that hides the entire layer and then use the brush tool to reveal the clouds where I want to see them. I can add a layer mask that's filled with black to hide the clouds for pier layer by Option or Alt clicking the Add Layer Mask button at the bottom of the Layers panel. Next, I'll go to the Tools panel and make the brush tool active. I'll tap the right bracket key a few times to make my brush size larger. And I'll also make sure that white is my foreground color. In the options bar, I'll make sure that the opacity is set to 100%. I'll use a large, soft edge brush and paint on the layer mask with white on either side of the pier to reveal the clouds. I'll tap the left bracket key to make the brush size a bit smaller and add in some clouds at the end of the pier. Then I'll press X to exchange the colors so that the foreground color is black. In the options bar, I'll lower the brush opacity to 30% and then paint on the mask to gradually hide parts of the layer where I don't want the clouds to show. With this type of masking, there can be a lot of back and forth with the brush tool until you get it looking the way you want. The great thing about working with layer masks is that the process is very flexible. Nothing on the image layer is ever deleted, and you can always modify the mask to refine the blending effect further. Now we'll add another important part of the story. I'll choose File, Place Embedded, and choose the sailboat.jpg image, and click Place. For this element, I'm not going to resize it, so I'll just press Enter to place the sailboat image. I want to hide the empty gray sky area around the boat, and to do this, we'll use a technique that's different from a layer mask. I'll go to the main layer menu, and I'll choose Layer Style, Blending Options. Near the bottom of the Layer Style dialog are the Blend If sliders. These allow you to show or hide parts of a layer based on their brightness value. To hide the lighter parts of the sailboat layer, I'll move the highlight slider for this layer towards the left until the number on the right above the slider shows about 135. This hides the pixels on the boat layer that are brighter than level 135, such as the lighter areas around the sailboat, letting the underlying layers show through. Next, I'll Option or Alt click on the right half of the slider to split it apart, and I'll bring that half back to the right to about 170. This creates a more gradual transition between what is being shown and hidden on the layer. The numbers mean that any tonal value brighter than 170 will be hidden on the layer. Then there will be a gradual transition to level 135, and any tonal value below that level will be visible. I like to think of the Blend If sliders as masking without a mask. In some situations, they can be highly useful compositing tools. I'll click OK to apply that effect. The boat is now blended very well, but there are some minor touch-ups on the outer parts of the boat layer that will require a simple layer mask. I'll add a layer mask, press X to switch the foreground color to black, and then use a soft edge brush tool to paint with black to hide the edges of the layer. I'll use the Move tool to reposition the boat layer so it's centered in relation to the pier and the doorway. Adding the sailboat to the composite helps to build the story of the scene that we're creating, and the billowy clouds around the pier are another step to draw the image away from reality and closer to a dreamlike world. One of the characteristics that can enhance a composite image is to have a strong sense of depth. We already have that at this point in the composite process from the strong perspective created by the pier and the clouds leading to the door in the distance. Let's bring in 2 more layers to create additional depth in the scene. I'll choose File, Place Embedded, and select Clouds for Sky.jpg and click Place to bring it into the image. I'll drag the layer up until the bottom edge is just below the horizon in the image below. Then I'll press Enter on the keyboard to place the new layer. I want to modify the new clouds layer so that only the white clouds are showing and not the blue sky behind them. To create this effect, I'll use the Blend If sliders in the Layer Styles dialog again. A shortcut to access the Layer Styles dialog is to double-click just to the right of the layer name in the Layers panel. In the Blend If sliders, I'll work with the shadow slider for this layer. I'll drag it to the right to about 113. This hides the parts of the sky on this layer that are darker than level 113, showing only the clouds. Then I'll Option or Alt-click on the slider to split it and move the right half to about 185, which softens the transition. This creates a really cool blend of the clouds with the doorway and the seascape below. I'll click OK to apply that effect. If the lower edge of the Clouds for Sky layer is too hard, you can add a simple layer mask and then use the brush tool to paint with black and soften the edge there. Now I'll zoom in for a closer look using the Command or Control+ shortcut. In the Layers panel, I'll drag the boat layer up above the new Clouds layer. While I'm in here, I'll edit the layer mask for the new clouds to suggest more depth and layering there. I'll click the mask thumbnail for the Clouds for Sky layer to make the mask active. I'll press B to make the brush tool active, and with black as the foreground color, I'll paint on the closer door structures. I want the far background clouds to appear behind the door, while the closer clouds are slightly obscuring the main door image. If I make a mistake painting the mask, I can just tap X to exchange the colors and then paint with the opposite color to undo the changes. I'll soften the clouds on the right by making my brush size larger, and then painting with black at 50% opacity to hide them and show more of the point at the top of the door. Painting with a lower opacity makes it easier to gradually apply an effect. Next, I think this scene needs some wildlife. With the Clouds for Sky layer still selected, I'll choose File, Place Embedded, and select the birds.jpg file, and then click Place. A new layer of the birds image comes in above the Clouds for Sky layer and below the sailboat layer. The white or nearly white areas in the birds layer can be used with a blending mode that will hide that color. In the Layers panel, I'll open the Blending Mode menu and choose Multiply. This blend mode does not recognize white, so the lighter sky tones on this layer are hidden. Now let's scale the layer smaller before we place it. I'll use the Width and Height field in the Options bar to scale the layer down. I'll enter 50% for the width, and then I'll click on the chain link icon to sync the height setting, making it the same as the value I entered for the width. Then I'll press Enter or click the check mark on the Options bar to apply those changes. I'll choose the Move tool and I'll use it to reposition the birds layer so that the boat is in the space between the seagulls. Bringing in new layers that suggest foreground to background elements in the scene, such as the birds and the new clouds over the doorway, can often be an effective way to build a sense of depth in a composite image. The overall composite is looking pretty good now, but the colors on the door and the new clouds are a bit out of sync with the warmer sunset colors of the background sky. To fix that, I'll sample some colors from the sunset image. I'll click the sunset sky layer to make it active, and then select the eyedropper tool in the Tools panel. I'll click on some of the bright yellow-orange color on the right side of the sky. This places that color in the foreground swatch at the bottom of the Tools panel. Now I'll make the Clouds for Sky layer active. I'll click the Add Adjustment Layer button at the bottom of the Layers panel and choose Solid Color. A solid color fill layer is created using the yellow-orange color that I had already sampled with the eyedropper tool. If I wanted to modify the color, I could do it in this dialog. But I'll just click OK to accept that color and close the Color Picker Solid Fill dialog. The new color fill layer is obscuring all the layers below it with a flat color. I'll use a blend mode that will blend the color from this layer with the brightness and details from the layers below. I'll open the Blend Mode menu at the top of the Layers panel and choose Color. That's much better, but the color fill layer is being applied to all of the layers below it. I only want it to affect the Clouds for Sky layer, so I'll apply an effect known as a clipping mask. I'll go to the Layer menu and choose Create Clipping Mask. The clipping mask effect uses the transparent areas of the underlying layer as a virtual mask. So the yellow from the color fill layer is only showing up on the visible areas of the Clouds for Sky layer. I think this effect is a bit too strong though, so I'll lower the layer opacity to about 55%. That's working nicely for the clouds over the door, but I also want to create a stronger color look that uses both the yellow-orange as well as the purple hues in the sunset. I'll click back on the sunset sky layer to make it active. The yellow-orange color that I sampled earlier to create the color fill layer should still be in the foreground color swatch. I want a more saturated version of this color, so I'll click on the foreground swatch to bring up the color picker. In the large box that controls brightness and saturation, I'll move the color sampler slider over a bit to the right to choose a more saturated version of that color. Then I'll click OK. Next, I'll click on the background color swatch to open the color picker and choose a new background color. My cursor automatically becomes an eyedropper tool, and I can click in the image and sample some of the soft purple color on the left side of the sunset sky layer. Once again, I'll move the color sampler to the right a bit to select a more saturated version of the soft purple color. Then I'll click OK to close the color picker. Now I'll add a gradient layer with a blending mode to add an orange to purple gradient into the image. In order to place the gradient layer at the top of the layer stack, I'll click on the topmost layer, the sailboat, to make it active. I'll click on the Add Adjustment Layer button at the bottom of the Layers panel and choose Gradient. In the Gradient Fill dialog, I'll open the gradient picker at the top and I'll choose the first swatch, which are the foreground and background colors that I've already chosen. Then I'll set the angle to 180, which will place the purple on the left and the orange on the right. I'll click OK to close the Gradient Fill dialog. Now I just need to blend the colors into the image below. To do that, I'll open the Mode menu at the top of the Layers panel and choose Soft Light. The far right side of the scene is looking a bit too yellow, so I'll get the brush tool and then set the brush opacity to 50% in the options bar. I'll click on the thumbnail of the layer mask for the gradient layer to make it active and exchange my colors to make black the foreground color. Then I'll paint with black on the gradient layer mask to minimize the yellow effect on the right side of the image. Finally, I'll add a bit more contrast to the entire image. I'll click the Add Adjustment Layer button and choose Curves. In the Curves Properties panel, I'll drag down a bit on the lower part of the curve to darken the darker tones, and then drag up a bit on the upper part of the curve to brighten the lighter tones. This provides a nice contrast boost to both the image and the new color gradient. I hope that you enjoyed this video series and are inspired to find new ways to apply some of these techniques to your own imaging projects. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone. This is George Jardine. I'm an Adobe Community Professional and a Lightroom instructor who blogs at melita.com. In these two videos, we're going to take a look at a few of the different options available for sharpening in Camera Raw and Photoshop. To follow along with the sample files, click the blue Download button at the top of this web page. Once the files have downloaded, locate the zip file and extract it to your desktop. I've opened the extracted folder in Bridge, and I'm double-clicking the Capture Sharpening Sample DNG file. In this video, we're going to focus on the very first stage of image processing, using the detail controls in Camera Raw. Normally you would use the detail controls on a RAW file, but they can be used on any image now that Photoshop CC allows you to use Camera Raw as a filter. In this exercise, we'll be using the detail controls on this raw DNG file. You find the Detail panel here under the third tab. If you're working on a RAW file, you'll notice that there are some defaults for the sharpening amount and for color noise reduction. If you haven't changed these default settings, this small amount of sharpening and noise reduction is applied to every RAW image you process in Camera Raw, and that's a good thing. Almost every RAW capture needs at least a little bit of sharpening and color noise reduction, and that brings us to the basic definition of capture or input sharpening. Input sharpening and noise reduction is applied at the full resolution of your capture to clean up the minimal amount of imperfection that naturally goes hand in hand with digital capture, and to create the very best possible starting point. And so, by design, it is not intended to be very heavy-handed. In the second video, we will look at output sharpening, which is an entirely different thing. Output sharpening is applied at the final output size and resolution, and is generally stronger to give your JPEGs or prints their maximum apparent sharpness. To start looking at the capture sharpening for this image, I would first zoom in to at least 100%, and sometimes I work at 200% as well. I'm using the Zoom tool, which is the first tool in this row of tools across the top of the Camera Raw window. You can use the Zoom tool to change magnification, or you can use this control down here. To move around the image, I will use the spacebar to momentarily change to the Hand tool, like this. I want to zoom in to part of the image that has the sharpest focus, which is probably right up here in these metal cables. This part of the image shows us the texture of the cables, but also the noise in the sky, which you see all through here. The other thing that you start to see when I'm zoomed in here is the role of the default sharpening amount of 25. Sharpening creates better image acuity by increasing the contrast of edge details. If you look carefully along the bottom edge of the cables, you see a faint white outline or halo. That halo is coming from the default sharpening setting of 25. If I increase that to 50 or so, you should be able to see how the halo becomes much stronger in this video. If you can't see it in the video, the sharpening will be easy to see using the sample file on your own system. The other thing that you see right away is how pushing up the sharpening also increases the noise in the image, especially in the darker parts of the sky. And so, this is where you start to see how sharpening and noise reduction are so closely related. Anytime you're working on sharpening, you have to take the image noise into account, and vice versa. For this image, I want to bring out the best detail that I can from areas like these pulleys and the cables without making these small details down here in the water seem unnaturally sharp, or this texture of the rust in the metal. At the same time, I want to get rid of as much noise as I can. So my strategy for sharpening this image will be to first adjust the amount until I feel that I'm getting a strong enhancement of the edges, but not so high that I'm overdoing it. For this image, that would be up to maybe 40. Then, before I finesse the sharpening with the radius, detail, or masking controls, I want to see how much noise I can get rid of without actually removing any real image detail. Pushing the luminance noise reduction up to about 30, you start to see the sky becoming a lot smoother. So that's good. But when you look up here in the shadows of the pulleys, you also see how the noise reduction is starting to reduce actual image detail, which is what you want to avoid. Watch as I double-click the noise reduction control to set it back to 0. Double-clicking, this is with no noise reduction, and then typing Command-Z or Control-Z on Windows for undo, you see the effect. To go for as much noise reduction as I can, without harming real image detail, I'll go up to about 25. Once I feel that I balance the sharpening with the noise, I'll go back and finesse the sharpening controls. The default for the radius control is 1 pixel, and pushing that up higher makes the sharpening halos larger. Unless your image is quite soft or much higher resolution than this 11 megapixel capture, that won't help. So I'm going to leave the radius at 1 for this image. The sharpening detail control can help emphasize the finer image details. So for landscapes, a higher setting will frequently help here. For this image, I can go to 50 or so. For portraits, lower settings on the detail control will usually be better. Higher detail settings for landscapes will help preserve very fine image details, but it will also make image noise more noticeable, just like the amount will, so use it carefully. And if you have an image like this with noise in the sky, masking will also help reduce that. For this image, a masking setting of around 30 helps quite a bit. Those are the basics of capture sharpening in Camera Raw. If you're using Lightroom, you'll see that the controls are identical. And in both Camera Raw and Lightroom, all of the work you do to your raw images is completely non-destructive. In the next video, we'll look at the new shake reduction filter and output sharpening. Hello everyone, this is George Jardine. I'm an Adobe community professional and a Lightroom instructor who blogs at mulita.com. In this video, we're going to take a look at output sharpening in Photoshop. And we will also look at an amazing new filter in Photoshop CC that can help reduce blurring caused by camera shake. In the first video, we discussed capture or input sharpening. Capture sharpening is meant to be a subtle effect applied to the full resolution of the image to clean up the minor softness and noise that comes along with any digital capture. On the other hand, output sharpening is done at the final output size and resolution for image delivery. This would be for JPEGs that are meant for on-screen viewing, such as in an email or on a web page. It would also be for exports that you might be sending out for printing. Picking it up where we left off in the last video, let's look at the basic workflow for sizing, sharpening, and compressing our sample photo to send out in an email. I've made all my corrections to this photo and I'm ready to go to Photoshop, so I'll click Open Image. And this would be exactly the same workflow as I would use for creating a web version of this image. First, I would make sure the full resolution of the corrected image was saved. If I simply choose File, Save, Photoshop wants me to create a new file because the original DNG is being treated non-destructively. In this case, PSD is fine, so I'll click Save. Next, I want to resize for email. So that's image, image size, and for email, I like 800 pixels in width and 72 pixels per inch for the resolution. The remaining settings here are fine, so I'll click OK. For the output sharpening, I'll use Smart Sharpen. Under the Filter menu, that's Sharpen, Smart Sharpen. To adjust the sharpening, I like to keep an eye on the image back here at 100%. And I usually zoom this part of the filter window up to 200%, centering it on an important part of the image. Then, looking at things, my first instinct is that the defaults are pretty strong for this image. A basic rule of thumb for output sharpening is that you want the image to appear in perfect focus, but you don't want to be able to actually see the sharpening at a normal viewing distance. With these defaults, you can definitely see the sharpening in the actual size, so that's too much. Adjusting the amount visually, it starts to look much more natural back here at around 90 or 100. But you can still plainly see the actual sharpening halos along the cables, even over here in the 100% view. At this point, I think the overall sharpening is about right, but the radius is too wide. So reducing that down to about 0.7 looks much better. If the sharpening is not apparent in the video, you should see it clearly on your own system, following along with the sample file. I don't think noise is going to be an issue for this image because we applied noise reduction during capture sharpening in Camera Raw, and if you don't need it, don't use it. So I'll drag this control to 0. As I go along, I'll always check my work in the main image window by turning off and on the preview checkbox. So this is before with no sharpening, and then this is after with the current settings. In general, lens blur will be the best choice here, and if you have an image that requires less sharpening in the shadows or the highlights, you can open up the bottom part of this dialog and fine-tune these settings. For instance, if you felt that this image needed the sharpening to be stronger in the shadows than in the highlights, you can push up the fade amount for the highlights. This moderates the sharpening in the highlights, which I think works pretty well for this picture. Once you're sure you like the results, click OK, and the sharpening is applied. The final step in the workflow is to save and compress the image. For both email and web JPEGs, I always use the Save for Web dialog, which you'll find under the File menu. First, make sure this is set to JPEG, and for very high quality, set this to 70 or 80. You do want an optimized JPEG with an embedded color profile, and you do want Photoshop to convert the image to sRGB for on-screen viewing. The rest of the settings here are fine, so I'll click Save. I'll give the new file a name if needed, and I'm done. For our last item, we're going to take a quick look at the new Shake Reduction filter. There are times when a small amount of camera movement can ruin your best pictures, and that's what happened in this case. When I zoom in, you clearly see right in the most important part of the image how the camera moves slightly during exposure. When you see this type of camera movement, it's always worth trying Shake Reduction. It's under the Filter menu here at the top of the Sharpen menu. When you choose Shake Reduction, you'll notice that the filter automatically tries to select the best area to analyze. The defaults are doing an amazing job, but there are several things we can do to improve the results. For this photo, I found that centering the area of analysis right over the ring gives me the best result. Adding 1 or 2 more blur trace regions will also usually improve the results. To do that, you can click and drag on an important part of the image, or you can have Photoshop add a suggested region by clicking here. For this photo, I found that adding up to 3 new suggested regions improves the results quite a bit. Every photo will be different, so a bit of experimentation with the controls in this plugin will usually be worth the effort. Click OK, and you see the finished product. Choosing Undo and Redo once or twice, and you can see how effective this filter can be. Those are the basics for output sharpening. If you need more help, you'll find many additional resources on the Creative Cloud Learning Center.
One of the most difficult things to do when you're photographing a group of people is to get them all to smile in the same frame. So if you can't get everyone smiling, just make sure that you have everyone smiling in at least one shot. They don't all have to be smiling in the same shot, but just make sure that you have everyone smiling so that you can combine the images. We're going to start with these 2 images, and I'll select Tools and then Photoshop, and we're going to load these 2 images into Photoshop layers. Bridge will hand those off to Photoshop, and you can see that they're both open into a single document. But there's a little bit of a problem here. If we toggle on and off the layers, you can see that the zoom on the camera was changed between these exposures. So I need to auto-align these two exposures. On the Layers panel, I will select both of the layers, and then I'll choose Edit, and then Auto-Align Layers. We'll pick Auto and click OK. And now we can see that Photoshop has automatically aligned those layers. So now the people are the same size in both images. So taking a look at this top image here, everyone looks great except for the girl who has her eyes closed. If we hide that layer, we can see in the bottom image, well, he's got his tongue out and she's looking away and the baby's kind of falling a little bit, sliding down, but she looks great. Now to me, this just makes more sense. Since this is the bad image, I actually want to put it on top. The good image here, well, this is kind of my base layer because everyone looks good and then I just need to fix her. So I'm going to drag it to reposition the stacking order on the Layers panel. So now my good layer's on the bottom, everyone except for her. And then all I need to do is paint out everyone except for her. And I don't even need to physically paint that out. I can hold down the Option key and then click on the mask icon, and that will add a black layer which will hide everyone. Then all I need to do is tap the B key to select the brush tool, tap the D key to make sure that I have the default colors, that puts white as my foreground color, and make sure that I'm painting with 100% opacity. Then I'll zoom in using Command plus or Control plus on Windows, and I'll paint right over her face here with white, which basically means I'm revealing this portion of the image, and this is the good portion of the image where she's smiling. So I'll just be a little careful as I paint in this area. Now I'm going to paint a little too far just to show you what might happen, because when you're using this technique, you definitely want to toggle the eye icon on and off to check the mask that you've just created. So you can see, for example, on the shoulder, I have a little bit of a problem. So we'll zoom in even more and then use the space bar to scoot over, and let's see what that problem is. I've actually painted away his shoulder. So I want to tap the X key in order to exchange my foreground and background color. I'll get a little smaller brush using the left bracket key, and then I just want to bring the shoulder back right here. All right, let's toggle the visibility again and see if I have any other areas that need to be fixed. I'm going to scroll down and see, I'll just make sure, no, I've got a big issue right here. In this image, I've got the nice sleeve here, but then I've got something odd happening in this layer. So again, with the same color selected, with black selected, I need to paint out this area from the topmost image. Now we'll toggle that on and off again, just to double check. I can see a little bit more right here, so I just want to remove that. And one more time, and that's looking good. So there you have it, a simple way for combining multiple images together to create that perfect image where everyone looks good at the same time.
When you're preparing an image to post on Instagram, Pinterest, or any social media platform, it's a good idea to match your image to the size requirements of that platform so that the image displays the way that you expect it to. That's particularly true when the image will be persistent and prominent, like your Facebook cover or your YouTube channel art. So in this tutorial, we'll share a Photoshop technique for quickly changing the size of an image so it's just right for use on a social media site, in this case as channel art on YouTube. Even if you don't need YouTube channel art, you'll still find this method useful because you can apply it whenever you need to change an image to a specific size, for any social media platform or really for any use at all. So let's jump over to Photoshop. Here we have a photo that's a good choice for this project because it doesn't have important content at the edges that we have to worry about losing when we crop this image to resize it for social media. Let's check out the current size of this image by pressing and holding the information field in the bar at the bottom of the screen. Here you can see the dimensions of this photo in pixels, 3,500 pixels wide and 2,300 pixels high. A little online research would tell you that the best size for YouTube channel art is 2560 by 1440 pixels. So we're going to resize this photo to those specific dimensions. The perfect tool for resizing an image to a specific size is one you may not have thought of for this job. It's the crop tool. So select the crop tool in the toolbar and in the options bar, go to the aspect ratio menu. In that menu, choose width by height by resolution. Then go to the first field and type in the width in pixels that you want for the final image. Remember we said that 2560 pixels is the best width for YouTube channel art, and 1440 is the best height. Now what's really important is that you type px for pixel after both the width and the height value here, or you won't get the result that you want. The next field is the resolution field, and it's optional for our purposes because resolution really isn't critical when you're making an image for use on screen. This boundary shows you a preview of the crop, and you can really see in this view that the final image is going to be a different aspect ratio of width to height than the original. And that's why we're using the crop tool for this technique, rather than another method like the image size command, because we're changing not only the size of the image, but also its aspect ratio. Cropping is necessary. Now let's work on positioning the subjects so the most important part, the children's heads, are in the center of the image vertically and horizontally, which seems to work best for YouTube. So I'll click inside the crop boundary and I'll drag down and over to the left a little. That leaves some white space inside the crop boundary. There are two possible ways to deal with that. You could hold down the Shift key and come over to one of the corners and drag inward until there's no white space left inside the crop boundary. And that would probably work okay for this image. But I'm going to put that back to show you another way to do it. And that is to come up to the options bar and check Content Aware. And that will cause Photoshop to automatically fill in this white area by creating content from scratch. Whichever way you do it, you'll end up with an image that's the recommended dimensions for YouTube, 2560 by 1440 pixels, because we're using that width by height by resolution option up in the aspect ratio menu. So let's click the checkbox at the top right to commit the crop and have Photoshop fill in those white areas for us. And it's done a seamless job. Now choose File Save and save the cropped image as a JPEG. And let's jump over to YouTube to upload the resized photo as YouTube channel art. In YouTube, navigate to the My Channel space from your identity icon up in the top right, and then click Customize Channel. If your view looks different than mine, then just navigate through whatever screens you see until you get to a button that allows you to edit channel art. In this screen, you can upload the photo that you just saved from Photoshop. Take a look at the previews of how your channel art will look on YouTube on different devices. If you like it, click Select, and in just a moment, you'll see your new channel art at the top of your YouTube channel. The Photoshop techniques that you learned here not only work for resizing channel art for YouTube, you can use the same techniques to resize an image to the specific size requirements of any social media platform. If you have a photo that's pretty dark, like this one, Photoshop can help you to brighten it up so the hidden details shine through. In this tutorial, we'll lighten this underexposed photo, changing it from this dark version where a lot of the content is hidden, to a lighter version that reveals expressive detail in this animal's face. To do this, locate your Layers panel and go to the bottom of the Layers panel and click the black and white circle icon. That opens this menu of adjustments. There are a number of adjustments that you could use to try to brighten a photo, from the simple brightness contrast adjustment to the more technical curves adjustment. We're going to use levels because levels give you control over different tonal values without being too complicated. So choose levels in this menu, and that creates a brand new adjustment layer, a levels adjustment layer, above the layer that contains the photo. Whatever changes we make in this adjustment layer will affect the photo on the layer below without making direct changes to that photo. The adjustment layer not only will protect the photo, it also gives you flexibility to change or even delete the adjustment in the future. Making this adjustment layer also popped open the Properties panel with the levels controls that we'll use to brighten this photo. I'm just going to move my Properties panel out of the way so you have a better view of my photo. To brighten the photo, sometimes all you have to do is go into the Levels Properties panel and click the Auto button. That automatically moves the sliders under this chart. These are the three sliders I'm talking about, and this is the chart, which is called the histogram. The histogram is a representation of the tonal values in an image. So if you like the way that the Auto button made the photo